Hello and welcome back everyone to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein. My name is Lea. Welcome back to the first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-25 between Australia and India. Welcome back to the fourth day from Perth. Where Australia now have their backs against the wall, one could say. They have been set a target of 534 by India. After India won the toss, elected to bat, made 150 all out, and everyone was thinking, okay, this is it. India have lost the test on the first day. But not so, because Australia were 67 for 7 at stumps on the first day, and they managed 104 all out in replay to India's 150. No more wickets fell on the second day as the Indian openers survived for 1 and 1 extended sessions. In the end, Yashasvi Jaiswal made 161. Virat Kohli then got to his first century since Port of Spain in 2023. India declared on 487 for 6 and sent the Australians out there for around 20 minutes on the third day. And in that time, they managed to lose 3 wickets. The first one to fall was Nathan McSweeney, which brought out pinch hitter Pat Cummins. He was then relatively quickly dispatched by Mohammad Siraj, which brought out Manus Labuschagne, who was out there for a very brief time in which he managed to annoy Mohammad Siraj so badly that Siraj probably offered him to rearrange his facial features in an even more obscene way. He was out shortly after that. LBW to Bumrah for 3 runs. And that brought out, no, it didn't bring out anyone. It meant that stumps were drawn and Australia require another 522 runs, but they only have 7 wickets in hand. So, Australia on the back foot, India buoyant. If you have any questions, any suggestions, you can always use the YouTube chat or you can use social media. There are the social media handles. The top one is obviously Twitter and the bottom one is Blue Sky. So if you like, you can get in touch and let us see what the Aussies can do on this fourth day. I'm pretty certain that the game is out of reach for them. As a bit of a nice touch, the Australians were basically trying to waste time during the Indian innings by excessively discussing bowling changes, field changes, stuff like that, on the third day, which is very, very fine. Wasting time to save a draw on the third day of a test match is that's pretty good. I mean, you could argue that there was a lot of stuff to talk about for the Australians, because the only Australian bowler to take more than 1 wicket, that is to say the only Australian bowler to take multiple wickets in the Indian second innings was Nathan Lyon. He took all of 2 wickets. Anyone else took a single at best. So what do we expect from this 4th day? Well, I think it would be a triumph for Australia if they survived anywhere near T. I think the pitch will come under scrutiny because on the first day this was an absolute minefield. 17 wickets fell on day 1. Then on day 2, only 3 wickets fell. All of them were Australian, as they were dismissed at the stroke of lunch. The Indians then showed then that this pitch had flattened out considerably by batting through the rest of the day without losing any wickets. And on the 3rd day, 6 Indian wickets fell. And then within 20 minutes, 3 Australians were dismissed. Most people probably think that there were cracks opening up now, which is definitely not what the Australians want to hear, because they will have to face Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj on this surface. Bumrah took a 5-er in the first innings, and he has already taken 2 Australian wickets in their second innings. So he's on course for 2 5-ers in the match. Let's see what the 4th day brings to this match. As I'm seeing that there are a lot of ribbons running on the screen that don't have any right to be there. I have rectified the situation. Let us see. We are about 5 minutes away from the start of play. So let's see if anyone is with us. I'm relatively certain that at this time in the morning, none of my European listeners are live with us, but that is okay. If anyone is listening in from Australia or from India, please let me know. You can use the YouTube chat, or, as I said, you can use social media like Twitter or Blue Sky, and I prefer Blue Sky greatly because it's just better. Community is just better. Let's see. Okay. I think. Oh. Wait a second. I think I will have to blow my nose for just a minute. I will turn off the video for that, and I will also not subject you to the sound. Ah, there we are. Yes, and we are back as the Indian team is out in the huddle. Stand-in captain Jasprit Bumrah looking very, very cool with mirrored shades. He will have to he will have to complete his third over. That was cut short by the dismissal of Manos Labuschagne yesterday. Again, Australia are 12 for 3, and the target is 534. 4.2 overs have been bowled in Australia's second innings. And out come the Australian batsman. Usman Khawaja, the only opener still in. Nathan McSweeney was dismissed for a duck. And with him is Steve Smith. The very, very twitchy Steve Smith, though not as twitchy as Manos Labuschagne and probably not spouting as much inane stuff out in the middle. Smith will have to face Jasprit Bumrah first up because he takes the place of Manos Labuschagne, who was dismissed LBW last thing yesterday evening. He is now marking his guard, taking strike. Usman Khawaja looking not really relaxed. He has his brow furrowed. Bumrah walking very slowly towards his mark, stretching a bit before beginning proceedings. He has an economy of 0.4 in this second Australian innings, and there are not that many people in to watch the cricket today. And we have a field for Jasprit Bumrah. There is a mid-wicket, there are 3 slips, there is a gully, there is a point. Mid-on and mid-off are in place, and there is a very, very deep fine leg. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket into the right-hander Smith, and there is a spirited appeal right up, first delivery for LBW, and Bumrah is thinking about reviewing that, and now I can see that the umpire has given it as a no ball. Let's see the replay on that. Did Bumrah overstep? I'm pretty certain that's the reason. Looks like Bumrah has overstepped. I'm not seeing a replay though. So, Bumrah coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and Smith squeezes one out to gully, but there is no run. 13 for 3 now. Well, lads, no problem. We'll get the target in no balls. We'll get there in extras. Steve Smith averages 33.26 in fourth innings in tests. He has made no hundreds in those fourth innings. As Bumrah comes in again, Steve Smith leaves in that exaggerated Steve Smith kind of way, and there is no run. Well, the Australians, what will they do? Will they draw it out as long as possible? There is basically no chance they will reach this target. History would suggest as much. There is a cover drive from Steve Smith, and the ball races away, but it dies in the outfield again, because the outfield in this test match has been so slow. Very, very slow outfield. And Smith is off the mark with an all-run 3. Khawaja back onto strike. He is also on 3. He has faced more deliveries for his 3 than Steve Smith has. He is marking his guard, walking around a bit, taking a bit of a walk. Khawaja and Bumrah changes to around the wicket for the left-handed Khawaja, who clips him off his pads, and there is a single taken. Khawaja moves on to 4 of 10. Khawaja hogging the strike here. Australia 17 for 3. Let's see if anyone is with us. Nothing yet on Blue Sky. And I think the YouTube chat is relatively quiet as well. And Mohammad Siraj will continue. He has figures of 1 for 7. He dismissed pinch hitter Pat Cummins early yesterday, and he bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. This one is wide outside the off stump, and Khawaja leaves it, no problem for him. Khawaja, in contrast to Smith, has a century in a 4th innings in tests, but his average is a tad lower than Smith's. He is averaging 29.91. As Siraj continues, this one is right arm around the wicket, and he is reining his line in more towards the stumps, and Khawaja defends it, and there is no run. As we are seeing highlights of the Australian wickets to fall. The first one to fall was Nathan McSweeney. He was out LBW to Bumrah for a duck. Then pinch hitter Pat Cummins was out angling a bat outside his off stump, as Mohammad Siraj is coming in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who attempts a pull, but he can only get a top pitch to that. Skies one up into the air. Rishabh Pant running around frantically, looking up into the sky, and he takes a very good high catch. And the first wicket of the day has fallen. Usman Khawaja will have to go. He is out. Caught punt, bowled Siraj for 4 runs. Australia 17 for 4. And they are looking set for a very, very big defeat. Margin of victory for India, probably above 450 runs. At this stage, one would guess. Let's see who will come out for the Australians. I'm guessing they will go with their usual, and that would mean that Travis Head will be in at number 6 for Australia. Well, Let me know what you think, what will happen here. This is looking imposing from India. They are after coming off that very strange serious loss to the New Zealanders in India. People were doubting this Indian team. They've been looking good so far. The only time they didn't look good was on day one, and that basically only because we didn't know what the Australians were capable of. At the end of the first day, the Indian batsmen looked a lot better than they did at the time they were batting. Siraj is continuing to Travis Head, who can't make any runs from the first two deliveries. He is facing he has faced thus far. Siraj continuing around the wicket to the left-hander Head. As we are seeing highlights of the first innings, and Mohammad Siraj is in final delivery of his third over. Right arm around the wicket. Travis Head defends it back towards the bowler, and there is no run. 17 for 4, Australia. Target still 534. And I'm expecting Jasprit Bumrah to continue for a little bit here. This is a good performance by Bumrah, because Bumrah is generally not what I think of when people say new ball bowler. I think his his mystique is that he is that very odd looking, that very awkward looking opening bowler. But he generally tends to be a lot better with an older ball. And this is pretty good from him here, taking 2 of the 4 wickets to fall. I think Mohammad Siraj is basically the opening terror in this Indian side. As Steve Smith takes a single of the first delivery of Bumrah's 4th over. Next one to Head results in another dot ball. Australia move on to 18 for 4. As we are seeing pictures of Steve Smith, who is at the non-strikers right now, joking a bit with the Indians, I think. He is smiling. I don't know why though. As Bumrah comes in again, right arm around the wicket, and Head tries a helicopter shot as Bumrah finds his Yorker. Misses it. There is no appeal because that would probably have gone down the leg side. And there is no run. Let's see. 1 run off the over thus far. 3 more deliveries to go. There are 3 slips and a gully for Jasprit Bumrah as Travis Head clips one off his pads, which is fielded at that deep fine leg that I mentioned earlier. And the Australians can only take a single here. 19 for 4 now. 6.4 overs gone. 2 more deliveries left in Jasprit Bumrah's 4th over. As Head is now doing a bit of gardening on the pitch, despite not being on strike. Smith is back to his twitchy best as Bumrah bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-hander Smith. This one is a bit wider, it is on a length, and Smith leaves that on line, I think. We are seeing a comparison of first and second innings. I think it's first and second innings Smith. I don't know why though. Anyway, final delivery of Bumrah's over, and he comes in right arm over the wicket, and this one is bowled onto the stumps. It is on a fullish length, and Steve Smith puts down a bat, defends that back to the bowler, and there is no run. I think the difference between the bowling attacks has been that the Indians are more willing to pitch it up, to bowl on the stumps. The Australians have been doing a lot of, or had been doing a lot of wide and short filth in the second Indian innings. And I don't really know why they did it, because yes, on the one hand, it didn't look like the Indians could score all that fast off that short and wide stuff. On the other hand, there was no chance of taking a wicket with wide deliveries that are relatively short outside the off stump, because the Indians just didn't play at any of those. Then the fields were set very, very defensively. No close fielders in at times. Anytime you don't have any slips in for a pace bowler in a test match, you are definitely signaling that you are not looking for wickets. You are just looking to keep the runs down. As Mohammad Siraj continues to Travis Head, and there are two consecutive dot balls off the first two deliveries. We have a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, backward point, and slips for and a gully, I would say, for Travis Head, as Siraj comes in right arm around the wicket. And there is again no run. 3 dot balls. Travis Head is on 1 of 9. Mohammad Siraj with figures of 2 for 7 from 3.3 overs. Australia 19 for 4. Travis Head's highest score in fourth innings in tests is 72. As he is playing one out into the onside, where it is stopped at mid-on, and there is no run. (14 for 9), the Australians. Siraj continuing right arm around the wicket. Travis Head puts his bat down, defends it, and there are hands on heads, because he was very close to missing that one. There would have been a real chance for LBW, but he gets an inside edge to it. He is safe in that instance. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's fourth over coming up now. Australia 19 for 4. Here we go, Mohammad Siraj, and a hopping clip of his legs into the onside, and there is no run. Let's have a look if anyone is trying to get in touch with us. Nothing on Blue Sky. The YouTube chat is up to date, I would think. Let's see. Jasprit Bumrah is continuing, and he has 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. Bumrah bowling to Smith, right arm over the wicket, and Smith plays a short arm jab out into the offside. There is a single taken. So that is 20 runs for Australia. Too bad they have lost 4 wickets for that. Head is now on strike again. He is on 1 of 12. Smith at the non-strikers is 5 of 8. Bumrah figures of 2 for 9. He is bowling his 5th over. He averages 18.41 in Australia in tests. He has played 8 here, and he has taken 39 wickets in Australia thus far. As the Australians take a couple, Travis Head plays Bumrah out into the onside, and they can run through for 2. 22 for 4 now, and the stadium is looking really, really empty. There can't be that many people in at the moment. Bumrah continuing to head, right arm around the wicket, and Head looks to cut one, but can only find backward point, and there is no run. Bumrah hovering around the 138 kilometers per hour mark. Eight tests, 39 wickets, average 18.41. Those are really, really good figures for a visiting pace bowler in Australia. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and this is defended by Travis Head, and there is no run as it is fielded by mid-off. As I said, we have mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, slip scully, backward point, and a very, very deep fine leg. There is a fielder out at the boundary down there. Bumrah coming in, right arm around the wicket, and he bowls, and Travis Head defends, and there is no run. I'm a bit tempted to turn on the TV commentary, because it has Adam Gilchrist, Ravi Shastri, and David Warner in the box at the moment. I really rate Gilchrist and Shastri, and I am relatively certain that there will be some well camouflaged barbs towards David Warner from both of those. I think, as the over comes to a very sedate end with another dot ball. So, no more runs for the Australians. They end the over on 22 for 4. As we are seeing again, highlights of the Australian wickets to fall in the second innings. The last one to fall is Usman Khawaja, a real nothing shot from him, as Mohammad Siraj continues to Steve Smith. Siraj bowling right arm over the wicket to Steve Smith, and there is no run. The scorecard. McSweeney had to go for a duck. Then it was Cummins that was dismissed. He was caught in the slips by Virat Kohli. The bowler was Siraj. Then Labuschagne was out LBW to Bumrah, which brought the day's play to an end yesterday. And the so far only wicket to fall today was Usman Khawaja, who skied one. And he had to go. Smith playing out 2 dot balls to the to begin the 5th over of Mohammad Siraj. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and Smith defends one that is bowled in the corridor, and there are hands on heads in the Indian slip cordon and by the bowler. 3 dot balls now. 22 for 4. Smith is on strike. He is 5 of 11. Head on the other end is 3 of 17. Let's see what Mohammad Siraj can make happen here. 3 slips a gully, and this one is rearing up from Mohammad Siraj off a length, and Smith looks surprised by that one. He misses it by, I don't know, probably about a centimeter. It beats his outside edge. Rishabh Pant takes it cleanly behind the stumps. That was relatively close. He did not know what was coming his way there. Mohammad Siraj continues. Right arm over the wicket, and there is a swivel pull by Steve Smith that is fielded at that deep fine leg fielder. And Australia take only a single. Travis Head back onto strike for the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 5th over. 23 for 4 now. 511 still to get. It would be a record chase, but I think it's highly unlikely as Siraj continues right arm around the wicket to the left-handed head, who defends one that is bowled onto his stumps, and there is no run. Australia 23 for 4. Oh dear. As we are seeing advertisements for, I think, online slot machines. Yeah. The bane of the modern of modern times, of the modern internet. Streaming the pokies, as the Australians would say. We have a bowling change for the first time in this innings. Rana is coming in for some right arm bowling that looks, based on his run up, a lot faster than it actually is. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Smith, and this one is left alone by Smith outside the off stump, and there is no run. I'm not saying Rana is a bad bowler, but he has the run-up of a really, really quick one, and then it just doesn't come out as fast as you would expect. We are now seeing who is in the slips. Padikkal, Kohli and Rahul in the slips. Jaiswal at gully. Kohli is at second slip. He took a good catch of Captain Pat Cummins yesterday after there was much oohing and awing when he dropped Manus Labuschagne on Nord in the first innings. Didn't come back to bite India in that instance because Labuschagne then went on to make a blistering 2 of 52 in the first innings for Australia in one of the most bizarre individual innings I have ever seen. Third delivery is left again and there is no run. Australia 23 for 4. And we are seeing pictures of Manus Labuschagne having breakfast in the Australian dugout, it seems. He's licking his fingers. Now he has a towel over his legs. All very, very, very bizarre. Rana comes in right arm over the wicket, and there is a cross-batted shot from Steve Smith that can find that doesn't pass mid on, and there is no run. The top order of Australia has collapsed in the last 7 tests. Very fine efforts, 4 for 16. They have had one collapse, basically at least one collapse in every test in their last 7 played. And I don't think that this match will do their confidence a world of good, as there is an appeal for LBW as Rana comes in right arm over the wicket. He hits Steve Smith on the pads, but this would have gone down the leg side. So apart from the bowler, there's basically no one appealing. And no one is crazy enough to review it. Final delivery of Rana's first over, and he beats Steve Smith's bat, and there is no run. So a maiden first things up for Harshit Rana. No, his name is Harshit. Reddy is called Nitish Kumar. As we are seeing Steve Smith taunting the bowlers basically in slow motion. He's giving them the thumbs up and making his usual faces. And it looks like the spectators have come in. There are not that many, but it's starting. You can start seeing them now, or you start seeing them now. As Steve Smith plays one out into the Travis Head plays one out into the offside. There is a cover drive, and this one finds the boundary. The outfield in this test has been very, very sluggish. A lot of threes have been run because the ball tends to die within, I think 2 or 3 meters of the boundary. Because it is Mohammad Siraj continuing, and there is visible frustration from the bowler as Travis Head gets an inside edge onto his pads, and from there it barely misses the stumps as he's giving himself some room, exposing his stumps. Kohli at slip is on his back, falling down in with hands on his head. Siraj also falling over backwards. Next one is there is a spirited appeal for LBW from Siraj, who basically continues his follow through in what one would only describe as a celeb appeal. It is not given out on the field, but I think India have reviewed it. Let's see. Will Travis Head have to go out LBW to Mohammad Siraj? Or is the on-field umpire correct in his assessment that this is not out? It doesn't look like Travis Head is getting any bat on that ball, but Mohammad Siraj might actually have bowled one that will go down the leg side because it hits him, I think, in front of middle and leg, as we are now seeing Snicko, and there is definitely no spike as the ball passes the bat. Here we go, ball tracking. It is pitching in line, it is impact in line, but the impact of the wicket is umpire's call. Could have gone either way for Travis Head. Very lucky here, saved by the umpire's call, but not such a bad shout as I initially thought from the Indians. The umpire's call, of course, means that they will keep their review. Mohammad Siraj, right arm around the wicket, and there is a cut from Travis Head that is stopped by a backward point coming forward, and there is a single taken. 28 for 4 now, Australia. Target 534. 2 more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's 6th over of the innings. He will have Steve Smith in his sides. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is bowled full, but it keeps a tad low, but Steve Smith is comfortably leaving that one on line. 28 for 4, the score for Australia. Smith is on 6 of 20, had 8 of 22. Both India and Australia have 3 reviews remaining, and the stands are now filling with spectators. Final delivery of the over played out for a dot by Steve Smith. 28 for 4, Australia. Target of 534. Let's see if we have anyone getting in touch with us. You can always use the YouTube chat. You can use the Twitter and Blue Sky handles that you are seeing on your screen to get in touch with me. I will check all the social media. If you want to get in touch, I would really like to hear from you. Rana continues to head, who late cuts one for a single. Smith back on strike, as we are seeing a replay of Kohli reaching his 100 yesterday, the first one since Port of Spain in 2023. And there was a whole song and dance about Kohli playing coy, waiting for the boundary to be confirmed officially. And immediately after Kohli reaching his 100, India captain Jasprit Bumrah declared after India had lost 6 wickets. So an unbeaten century from Virat Kohli. I think he has now 81 international centuries. And I think every Indian supporter will hope that this marks the return of Captain Kohli or King Kohli. Let's use his correct title, King Kohli, as Smith takes a couple of Rana. Another flick of the pads from Steve Smith. And this is stopped in the outfield by Jadeja, who is on as a substitute fielder because he's not in the playing 11. But I think there are worse specialist fielders or sub-fielders in world cricket today than Ravi Jadeja. Another couple, though, for Steve Smith, who is the first Australian to reach double figures in the second innings. He is on 10 of 23 now, and he is hit. Is he hit amidships? It looks like he is hit amidships by Harshit Rana. Now he's gesturing to his sternum, but he is now laying on the ground with a pained expression. The Indian team is standing around him as we are seeing a replay. He attempts to pull one, misses it completely, yes, and he is hit on the sternum, in the ribs, by Harshit Rana, and he's going down. Will there be any delay in play now? As maybe there's a physio coming onto the ground. That one, he really misjudged that one. No, we are continuing. Rana, right arm over the wicket to Smith, who squirts one out to point, and there is no run. 33 for 4 Australia. One more delivery left in Harshit Rana's second over. Smith to face it. He is 10 of 25, the first Australian to make double figures in the innings. I think that's a replay of Steve Smith on the ground and Travis Head, being a good Australian, mocking him and hitting him in the head with his bat. Awful teammating that from Head, one would think. He's standing over Smith, who's writhing on the ground, and he's smiling and joking with the Indians. They should really do concussion checks for instances like that where Travis Head hits a teammate in the head with his bat while the teammate is laying on the ground. Yeah. This was really bad. Bumrah to continue. He is facing Travis Head, who is on 9 of 23. There are again 3 slips, and Travis Head attempts a drive but can't get the timing right, and there is no run. Can Travis Head become the second Australian to make double figures in this innings? As Australia are in pursuit of 534 for what would be a record-breaking victory. Bumrah continues right arm around the wicket, and this is played out to mid-on by Travis Head, and there is no run as the fielder is threatening a run out at the non-strikers, but Steve Smith trots back to his crease and gets the bat in. Fielder only has one stump to aim at, so chances are not that high that Smith is run out in that situation. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket to Head, who defends it out to mid-on, and there is no run again. Australia remain on 33 for 4. Let's see. 3 more deliveries to go in Jasprit Bumrah's 6th over. Who will be man of the match? 3 candidates, really. Bumrah took a fifer in the first innings. Then Yashasvi Jaiswal made a very, very good 161. But will Virat Kohli's first century in a year sway the people that award the man of the match? Can they deny Virat? I mean, it was my man of the match is probably Yashasvi Jaiswal. That was a really, really good 161 he made. And let's face it, Kohli's century came against basically declaration bowling. They had Marnus Labuschagne bowl pace to him in that passage of play. And Marnus Labuschagne's right arm pace bowling is even worse than Marnus Labuschagne's right arm leg spin bowling. We are seeing a pitch map of the Indians this innings. They have been pitching it up a lot more than the Australians did in the second Indian innings. The Australians strayed way too short, and Jasprit Bumrah has overstepped. His foot lands on the crease, on the line, but the line, of course, belongs to the umpire, so he will have to bowl that one again. A 4, the only scoring shot in the over thus far, and it means that Travis Head is also on double figures. He's on 13 of 29 as Bumrah comes in right arm around the wicket, and Travis Head plays that one out to mid-off, and there is no run. Australia 38 for 4 after 14 overs have been bowled in their second innings. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. You can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use Blue Sky or Twitter. The top one up there is the Twitter handle, and the bottom one is the Blue Sky handle. Do get in touch. I'd really, really like to talk to you. And let's see. 496 more runs are required by Australia to win. To win a sensational victory, to secure a sensational victory. Rana is coming in right arm over the wicket to Smith, and this one is cut by Smith, but it is fielded at point and there is no run. Rana with figures of none for 5 after 2.1 overs. .38 for 4 still the score, and Rana is back at his mark and he is starting his run up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. This one a bit more leg sidey, and it is glanced towards deep fine leg by Steve Smith, and Australia take a single. Head is back on strike, Smith on 11 of 28, Head on 13 of 3. And he has been farming the strike in comparison to Smith. Head came in at number 6, but he has faced 2 more deliveries than Smith, who came in at 4 has. Cut very, very hard by Travis Head, and he finds the boundary backward of point, and there is another 4. I think Travis Head is he the only? No, he can't be the only Aussie batsman to have scored boundaries in the innings. Let's see what the scorecard says. Oh, yes, indeed, he is the only Aussie batsman to find the boundary in the innings. He has scored 2 fours so far, which are also the only fours the Australians have scored. Next one is another dot ball from Harshit Rana. 43 for 4 Australia, Head 17, highest score of the innings thus far. And now the Indians are beating the bat regularly. Let's see what they can do. Right arm over around the wicket, and again a clip into the leg side. Deep fine leg is coming around, fielding that, and the Australians take a single, one would think. No, they have taken a couple. It's really the direction of the TV pictures is a bit weird, because the scorecard is updated very, very late, and obviously the camera is following the ball, so you don't really know what the batsmen are doing between the wickets, while the fielding side is chasing after the ball. A dot ball to end Harshit Rana's third over. 45 for 4 Australia, Head 19 of 34, Smith 11 of 28. And Smith is back on strike now. What will the Indian captain do? Is it time to go to spin? Jasprit Bumrah seems to think so, because he brings Washington Sundar into the attack. Let's see what Sundar can do here. He is marking his run-up. He is 25 years of age. He has played 7 test matches. He has taken 22 wickets at an average of almost 24. And I remember that he was called up on a previous tour of India to Australia. And he was only on that tour as a net bowler initially because he could imitate Nathan Lyon, or at least the backroom staff thought that he could imitate Nathan Lyon. As we are seeing Usman Khawaja and Manus Labuschagne sitting in the Australian dugout. Labuschagne looking a lot more unconcerned or a lot less concerned about the state of play than Usman Khawaja, who looks very unhappy. But I think in the case of Labuschagne, it's kind of a case of no brain, no pain. He was doing his best yesterday, making the case that he's an annoying prick that used to ride the short bus. Whether it was in the field, bowling or batting, Manus Labuschagne was really here to make enemies yesterday. As Washington Sundar bowls 2 dot deliveries. First up to Steve Smith, he has a short leg and a slip in place for his off spins. 3 dots now, as we are seeing Steve Smith taking strike from above with his very, very idiosyncratic stance. The feet are too close together. Any coach would probably say to Steve Smith's batting stance. Washington is bowling relatively wide outside Smith's off stump. He is yet to find turn, and so Smith can leave a lot of the balls on line. Next one is a clip of the legs, and it just evades short leg. Australia 46 for 4. Excuse me. This has been this has been a bit of an experience, this test overall. It's not the easiest thing to do, not the easiest thing I have ever done, but I'm loving it so far. Australia 46 for 4, and Harshit Rana is continuing. He has 2 slips now, a gully, backward point, and there is an appeal for LBW against Steve Smith. Rana is absolutely convinced. He is now in a discussion with his captain, Jasprit Bumrah, and Jasprit Bumrah has reviewed that not out decision that was given by the umpire on the field. Steve Smith looks relatively unconcerned. He is out in the middle of the pitch talking to Travis Head as the Indians are trotting around, no doubt coming together to watch the third umpire decision on the big screen. And we are now seeing a replay, and it's again one of those. It's one of those situations. Smith is not getting bet on that one. That's for sure. There is nothing on Snicko, but like the last LBW decision, it is impact in line, but this time it is missing the wickets. It is slightly more down the leg side than the last decision, India review, that was not given out on the field, where they retained their review because it was umpire's call. This one a bit more down the leg side, so India lose their first review. What do you think? I think, yeah, you can. Well, a few years ago, I would have said you can always justify using a review in a relatively close situation for Steve Smith. But he's fallen off a bit since then, as Rana continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. 46 for 4 the score. Two reviews remaining for India, while Australia still have all three of theirs. They have not yet reviewed anything in the innings. Rana, right arm over the wicket and defended again by Smith, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Three dots so far in Rana's fourth innings. Australia remain on 46 for 4. Smith 12 of 37 had on the non-strikers and at the non-strikers end on 19 of 34. Rana in, right arm over the wicket, defended again in that very Steve Smith kind of way, where he moves a lot more than most other people. Smith is not someone who has a gower like how do you call it? Economy of movement. Let's put it that way. There's I don't know, about 100 trigger movements. Too many moving parts to his technique. In we go, Rana. This is clipped off his toes, and there is a single taken, and they're coming back. No, they're not coming back. A single is taken. Steve Smith brings Travis Head back onto strike. As the fielder in that stopped that ball is losing his shades. Travis Head now on strike. The field has been readjusted because Travis Head is obviously left-handed. And he brings his bat straight down. He has no idea where this is going. It looks like it's an inside edge that went into the leg side. They take another single, and that is a drinks break, and I will leave you for just a few moments as we are taking a break. And we are back from the drinks break. And it is Washington Sundar continuing. So some more spin. He hasn't gotten that much spin during his first over. He bowled 2 wide outside the off stump for the right-handers, I think, or in my estimation. This time he has Travis Head in his sights, who defends one back towards the bowler, and there is no run. There is only one slip in place. There is a short leg, and there is a clip of the pads, and that is fielded by said short leg. And I think there is no run. No, it's given as a leg by. They have taken the single. So now the right-hander plays one to mid-on, and they take another single. So Travis Head on 20 is now facing Washington Sundar, and that single brings up Australia's 50 for 4 now. Washington continues as Travis Head defends right arm around the wicket delivery back towards the bowler. I think it's relatively interesting that they don't have more fielders close to the bat for Washington. There is no need for a defensive field setting here. I think they should go for the catches, maybe bring in a silly point. Australia are not going to make 534 runs. I think that's a given. So why not go for quick wickets here? They get out of the over without any further runs being scored. Australia 50 for 4. 50 for 4. Australia 534 runs, the target for them to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. After really bungling the first test in the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy, one would say. Harshit Rana to continue to Steve Smith, 2 slips, a gully, and there is also a point in place for Smith. As Rana bowls right arm over the wicket, and Smith looks to defend, gets an outside. No, his hit on the gloves, and the ball bounces back into the ground. Smith is hit on his right hand, the bottom one. Hand comes off the handle, and there is no run. Rana continuing, right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended straight back to the bowler by Smith. 14 of 42, 2 dot balls to begin Rana's 5th over. Can Australia make it to triple figures is the question here, basically. As Smith is taking his guard, his very very closed batting stance, and he clips one to mid-wicket, and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of Smith wiggling his bat around. He always looks like a cricketer that has been designed by an alien that has the concept of cricket vaguely described to it. And the next one is right arm over the wicket, and it is driven at by Smith, but he can only find mid-off, and there is no run. 50 for 4 still Australia. Smith 14 of 44, had 20 of 40. As we are seeing Kohli-Cam, I think Kohli-Cam is back in tests. He is standing at slip, arms crossed, in conversation with keeper Rishabh Pant, and there is a square drive from Smith. Washington Sundar is herring after it, and they, I think, have taken a couple. Yes, indeed, they did. Steve Smith, 16 of 45, one more delivery in Harshit Rana's 5th over to be bowled. Again, Smith is taking guard. 52 for 4 now, Australia. And in comes Rana, right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended by Steve Smith as Rana is pitching it up. And there is no run. Bowling onto his toes was a bit short for a Yorker, I would think. And we are seeing the leaderboard for most test runs for Australia, and Smith is 4th on that list with 9,670. The next one in his sights is Steve Waugh, who has made 10,927. As Bumrah continues, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and this one is a bit short and wide outside heads off stump, and it is cut. And the Australians have taken another couple. No, it's yeah. Wait, what? No, it's Washington Sundar continuing. The overlay on the screen says it is Bumrah. It is definitely not Bumrah. Between the liveries, they showed pictures of Alan Border and Sunil Gavaskar, after whom the trophy is named, carrying it out onto the field, and we have Travis Head going down on one knee and sweeping Washington Sundar, and he finds the mid-wicket boundary. That's another 4. Oh, it's a backward square leg boundary. That's another boundary for the Australians, and Travis Head is the only Australian to have hit any boundaries here. Washington Sundar coming in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Head, and now there is a silly point in place for Travis Head. But he can sneak one past Silly Point, but there is still no run. And Travis Head is now dancing out of his crease to negate Washington Sundar's spin. And to end the over, the Australians have taken a single. 59 for 4 now, Australia. And Travis Head is their highest scorer in the innings. Let's see where he ranks for the match. Oh, he is the highest score for the match, because the previous highest score for Australia in this match was actually Mitchell Starc, who made 26 in the first innings. He was, of course, part of that 10th wicket partnership in the first innings, which was Australia's best partnership in the first innings. And Travis Head looks to be in the mood. Another boundary, this time of Rana. Another cut down on one knee. And the Australians are 63 for 4. Next delivery, Head goes down on one knee again, tries another cut shot, misses it though, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant. He seems to be having a few. He exchanges a few words with Rana, who comes in again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is driven by Head, but Harshit Rana, sorry. This is driven by Travis Head, but it is fielded out at long off by Nitish Kumar Reddy. As the Australians take a couple. The outfield in this stadium is very, very slow. So I would suggest that last shot from Travis Head would have been a 4 at almost any other Australian ground. And this time Rana goes a bit short, and Head doesn't really know what to do with that. Gets his hands in front of his throat and gloves one over the slips, and they take a single. As Virat is running very, very hard after it, fielding it on the boundary, and Australia, I think, have taken a couple. Rana is visibly frustrated now. Australia 67 for 4. Head is on strike, 35 of 50. The partnership has reached 50 as well. They have faced 92 deliveries to make those 50 runs. Rana in again, and this one is jabbed out into the offside by Head, and they have taken another couple, I think. The scoring overlay is very, 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 very slow to update, and we are seeing the umpire stretching out his hand because Harshit Rana has overstepped, so 3 no balls. Head facing up as Rana bowls one short and into the body, and head ducks under that one. There is no run. Australia 70 for 4. Target still 534. Partnership now 53. Head is Australia's top scorer in the match, 37. Previously, the top score was held by Mitchell Stark, because he was part of that, for Indians, for the Indian fans or for the Indian team, very annoying 10th wicket partnership with Josh Hazlewood that lasted for 110 deliveries. It was the highest partnership of the first Australian innings, bringing in 25 runs, and Harshit Rana ends his over with another dot ball. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. A reminder, you can use social media to get in touch with me, or you can just use the YouTube chat. Doesn't look like there is anyone on social media. Okay. As we are continuing with Washington Sundar, who is bowling to Smith, right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped off the pads into the leg side, and the Australians have taken another single. Washington Sundar with figures of none for 10 after 3.1 overs. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and this one is cut by Head and fielded at point, and there is no run. There is a slip and there is a silly point for Washington Sundar as Travis Head plays one out towards long on, and there is no run. Sundar in again, right arm around the wicket, and again cut by Travis Head as Washington Sundar strays a bit too short. And there is a single taken. Travis Head now 38 from 56 deliveries. Steve Smith is back on strike, meaning the whole field has to be rearranged again. Resetting the field much quicker from the Indians than the Aussies, as Smith tries to clip one off his legs. It is stopped by short leg that is now in place, because the right-handers get a short leg to Washington Sundar, in contrast to the left-handers that get silly point. And a dot ball to end the over. Washington Sundar ends his fourth over with figures of none for 11. Australia overall 72 for 4. Travis Head 38 and Steve Smith 17. There is a bit of rearranging of the protective equipment from Travis Head going on at the moment. He has his gloves off. He is readjusting his pads and his helmet strap, his chin strap. There are 3 flags flying above the stadium in Perth, and I can only see can recognize the indigenous peoples of Australia flag, but the others I don't know. One green, one yellow. As Mohamed Siraj continues, and he is cut away for 4. First ball by Travis Head. Head definitely the pick of the Australian batsman so far in the innings. The only one to hit boundaries. And overall, the highest score for Australia in this match. 42 now of 50, 43 of 58 deliveries, as there is another single straight down the ground for Travis Head. The partnership is now worth 60 from 103 deliveries. Jasprit Bumrah in conversation with Mohamed Siraj. Siraj has taken 2 of the 4 wickets to fall. The other 2 have been to Bumrah. As Siraj continues, right arm over the wicket, and there is a bit of a shout for an LBW against Steve Smith, as he is hit, but I think he is hit on the upper thigh. There is no need to review that. But Steve Smith missed that ball indeed, as he is again taking his guard, and Mohamed Siraj is running in right arm over the wicket, driven at by Smith, but he can't get it past cover, and there is no run as Smith is inspecting the toe of his bat now. .77 for 4, the target 534 runs. Right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside by Steve Smith, and there is no run. And it looks like Rohit Sharma is sitting in the Indian change rooms. He was unavailable for this test due to familial reasons. But he is in the dressing room now, sitting behind coach Gautam Gambhir, who is actually looking quite bored. Final delivery of Siraj's 7th over is another dot ball. Australia remain on 77 for 4. Head is 43, Smith 17. Let's see what stand-in captain Jasprit Bumrah will pull out of his head now. It's back to Washington Sundar. There is a slip. There is a silly point in place for the left-handed Travis Head. Plays it out into the offside, and the Australians are taking a single. So Smith now on strike to Washington Sundar. A single taken off the first delivery of the 5th over to be bowled by Washington Sundar. Australia 78 for 4. And there is silly mid-on basically, or short mid-on. A fielder standing right outside the crease at the non-striker's end in the onside. There is a short leg in place. As Smith defends one out into the offside, where there are no fielders in front of square. A clip out to mid-wicket where it is fielded. Again, there is no run. 2 more deliveries left in Washington Sundar's 5th over. In he comes. Right arm over the wicket, defended straight back towards the bowler, and it is fielded by KL Rahul, who is at short straight mid-on. Final delivery of the over, right arm over the wicket, on to the stumps and played out to mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Virat Kohli. So we have another chance of some good Kohli cam. Excellent. That's good for the ratings, one would think. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Oh, damn, YouTube is slow today. Anyway, Mohammad Siraj continuing. He will bowl to Travis Head, and in he comes, right arm around the wicket, and Travis Head cuts it, and it is fielded at point. There is no run. 78 for 4. The commentators on the tally are Adam Gilchrist, Mark Waugh, and Michael Hussey. Waugh, a personal favorite of mine. Someone who can sit for 20 minutes in a commentary box and not notice that Phil Tufnell is taking the piss out of you for 20 minutes straight is that's comedy gold. As Travis Head plays one very straight down the ground, Mohammad Siraj can't stop it even though he tries a dive, and the Australians have taken a single, 79 for 4. These two have been looking good. It is basically the first time that an Australian partnership in this test has looked comfortable. I mean, the previous highest partnership for Australia in the test was the 10-wicket partnership between Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood. I'm not saying that wasn't a good partnership. It was a very, very bizarre partnership because it was a number 9 managing this to bat with a number 11 and doing so successfully. The partnership lasted 110 deliveries. But this is the first time that there has been any kind of partnership from Australia's top order in the match. Smith is now on strike as Siraj comes in right arm over the wicket, and there is a big celebration as it looks like Steve Smith has gotten an outside edge to that one, and it is taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. Smith is now walking off No review, nothing like that. Yes, there is an outside edge, and Punt takes a diving catch to his right. Mohamed Siraj is elated and screaming at the top of his lungs. Australia, 5 down, 5 more wickets to get for India. Smith has to go. He's out. Caught. Punt bowled Siraj for 17. I swear the graphic has been on the screen for around half a second before they cut to commercials. Yes, he is out for 17. Caught behind by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. And there are commercials for England's tour of New Zealand. They will play 3 tests in Kiwi land. And it is Mitchell Marsh in at number 7 for Australia. He will have to face 2 more deliveries, up to 2 more deliveries from Mohammad Siraj in this over. Mitch Marsh averages a shade over 30 from his 43 matches. Australia 79 for 5. This might be a bit deceptive because one of the wickets to fall was pinch hitter Pat Cummins, who generally bats at 8 for Australia. So this time around they will be batting a bit lower, as we are seeing a replay of that Steve Smith wicket that was taken by Mohammad Siraj. And we are now seeing a comparison, and I don't know why. It's a relatively similar delivery. Okay. As Mitch Marsh survives the remaining 2 deliveries of Mohammad Siraj's over. Okay, that was the point of that comparison, because he defended a very similar delivery earlier in the innings, and the one that got him was just a fraction wider. It caught the outside edge and it was taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. As Steve Smith is walking back, there is not that many people in at the Optus Stadium today. Jasprit Bumrah to continue. Well, there is one section that is filled and that is celebrating. There is a big contingent of the Bharat Army at the ground. They are waving their flags. The customary drums are there. As Bumrah bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. There are 2 slips in place, and this one is played out to backward square leg by Travis Head, and I think they take a single. Indeed they do. So that brings up 80 for Australia. Mitchell Marsh is on strike now to Jasprit Bumrah. Yeah, as we are seeing seeing wide shots of the stadium, and there are people here and there sitting there in the stands, but there is one section that is full, and that is waving Bharat Army flags. They're having a good time, and why not? Their team is well on top here, as Jasprit Bumrah comes in, 3 slips and a gully, right arm over the wicket to Mitchell Marsh, and this one is played out to mid wicket, and there is no run. We are seeing a replay of the wicket of Mitchell Marsh in the first innings. He was out, caught Rahul, bowled Siraj. Caught in the slips by KL Rahul off the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. In comes Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket, and Marsh does not know what to do here. He is outfoxed by Jasprit Bumrah. He is lucky that he gets bat onto that. And by bat, I obviously mean glove. He is hit on the hands again by one that bounces more than he expects. No danger of a dismissal though, but that surely has to hurt. Bumrah again, right arm over the wicket. Straight bat from Mitchell Marsh, but the ball ends up in the gloves of Rishabh Pant, and it is given as a no ball because Bumrah has overstepped again. Not by that much, but it is noticeable. I think he has bowled 2 or 3 no balls in the innings so far. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, and this one has Marsh squared up. Nothing he can do with that. As he gets an inside edge that dribbles out into the leg side, there is no run. We have mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on point, 3 slips and a gully. And I think there is also a deep fine leg. I think it wasn't in shot. As there is another dot ball from Mitchell Marsh, who has now faced 7 deliveries. He is still on naught. Australia 81 for 5. The target is 534. Bumrah figures of 2 for 18 from his 6.5 overs. Final delivery of his 7th coming up now to Mitchell Marsh, and here he is, right arm over the wicket, and this is jabbed out towards point. There is no run. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Reminder, you can use the YouTube chat to get in touch, or you can use either Twitter or Blue Sky, even though I would prefer Blue Sky because it is a lot nicer than Twitter at the moment, if you know what I mean. Head on a Bannerman watch, says Dr. Anthony Condon. Yeah, possibly. He has scored 53. That's around 75%, something like that. something like that. Bannerman watch, obviously. The the percentage of a team total that a batsman scores. And with the first delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 9th over, Travis Head brings up his 50 with the boundary. He is 50 of 63 runs, deliveries. Australia overall 85 for 5. I'm sure hoping that Travis Head doesn't break Charles Bannerman's record today. Because, well, that record has stood since the first test. It was set in the very first test match ever played, which is a momentous occasion, one would think. And I think that this match is kind of a wet fart compared to that one, and I would hate Travis Head to break the Bannerman record in what is surely going to be a heavy defeat for Australia. And a match in which they didn't really play that good cricket. Didn't play very, very good cricket here. So I would absolutely hate if Travis Head broke Charles Bannerman's record here. He has run 3 of the next delivery, so he is on 53 of 64 in a total of 88 for 5. Mitch Marsh is on a strike, and he defends 2 deliveries for dots from Mohammad Siraj, who has figures of 3 for 26 from 8.4 overs. Siraj in right arm over the wicket, and Marsh leaves that one outside the off stump alone. 2 more wickets and the Indians are into the Australian tail, I think. Only Alex Carey still to come, the last recognized batsman, I would think. Mitch Marsh taking strike for the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 9th over. And in he comes, right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Head has played 50 test matches. He has 717 50s. As we are now seeing highlights of Travis Head's 53 not out of 64 deliveries. He is the only Australian batsman to hit a boundary in the second innings. in an innings where the top order again collapsed. McSweeney, Khawaja and Labuschagne were all out cheaply. I'm not counting Pat Cummins in the top order. He was there as basically a pinch hitter yesterday, but he didn't score any runs basically as well. So anyway, Bumrah continues right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who plays one out towards mid-wicket, and they are running hard. Are they running a couple? Yes, I think they have run a couple. Yes, they have. Head is 55 of 65 now. Australia bring up their 90. Travis Head is looking relatively good here. As Bumrah continues right arm around the wicket, and this one is a bit short, and it is in this leaning back and sticking the periscope out fashion, guided towards third man by Travis Head. And Australia run, I think, a couple, because there is a fielder down there who stops it from running away to the boundary. And then it is picked up by Jaiswal, who came running around, and he throws it in towards the keeper. And yes, there is another couple of runs taken. Head on 57 of 66. He is looking to accelerate here. Bumrah, right arm around the wicket, and there is an attempt at a swivel hook from Travis Head. He misses it, and it is taken way above his head by Rishabh Pant. He had to jump up to reach that one. He stops it though, and there are no byes or anything like that. Dot ball as Bumrah comes in again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is clipped off his legs by Travis Head, and they take another single. We are now seeing replays of the attempt at that very short ball that Travis Head made, that he missed. Bumrah can't believe he didn't get an edge to that one. Bumrah coming in, right arm around the wicket, and this is a full toss, but Head can only drive it out towards mid-off, and there is a single taken. 93 for 5 Australia, and 58 of those runs have been made by Travis Head. Final delivery of Jasprit Bumrah's 8th over is now coming up. Mitch Marsh is on strike. He has a slip in place. He has 2 slips for Bumrah. 3 slips. And he is beaten up all ends there, Mitchell Marsh, but the ball dribbles out behind square into the leg side. And did they take a run? I don't know, because they decide to show me some commercials for something the fucking FC Bayern is doing. And I don't care about the FC Bayern München. No, looks like they didn't take the single, because Travis Head is back on strike, and he will face Mohammad Siraj, who is returning for his 10th over of the innings. Australia 93 for 5. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and this one is guided behind square on the leg side by Travis Head. And they have taken a single. 59 of 70 now, Travis Head. which brings Mitch Marsh back onto strike. He is still on naught of 13 deliveries. Coming in at number 7 for Australia. He has faced 13 deliveries thus far, unable to score on any of them. The field is being reshuffled as we speak, but it's a bit hard to see because we are having a ground view of the area of the pitch. Mohammad Siraj, he bowled 13 overs in the first innings, 7 maidens, very, very good. Pick of the bowlers in the first innings, though, was, of course, Jasprit Bumrah, who took 5 wickets. And he comes right arm over the wicket to Mitchell Marsh, and this one keeps a tad low, one would think, off a length. And Rishabh Pant has to take it at ankle height. The Indians can't believe it. There is so much variation in the pitch, and it looks like it's getting really hard to bat on this surface for most people except for Travis Head. But they are a bit unlucky here. The Australians are relatively lucky that they don't get edges to balls that look lethal. Well, anyway, it's another dot ball. 2 dot balls after that single of the first delivery. 4th delivery of the over, and it is Mohammad Siraj coming in right arm over the wicket, and this one is played out towards third man, where Jaiswal is running after it, and he picks it up, and the Australians, I think, have run 3. Mitch Marsh is off the mark with 3 runs. And Mohammad Siraj has his hands on his head. He has been doing that a lot during this innings. Travis Head is on 59 from 70, Australia 97 for 5, and Siraj bounces Travis Head right arm around the wicket. Head ducks and there is no run. Travis Head is averaging 51.7 in his 28 home tests. He has made 1,992 runs, 600s. Not a bad record, one would think, as Siraj bowls one short of a length and a bit leg-sidey, and it is helped on its way by Travis Head down to the boundary at fine leg for 4 runs, and that brings up the triple figures for Australia. 101 for 5 Australia now. And I would think that means we are now going into the final over before lunch, and that one will be bowled by Jasprit Bumrah, stand-in captain of India in this test. We are seeing again stump camera footage of Mitchell Marsh taking strike from the bowler's end. Okay, here we go. Jasprit Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, and it is clipped out into the leg side. There is no run. There are 2 slips in place. There is a point. There is a short leg. These wide angle lenses in the stumps are not really useful for showing what is going on out in the field, I think. Anyway, Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket, defended into the offside by Mitchell Marsh, and there is no run. He is on 3 of 18. Yeah, it's probably the sensible thing to just block out anything Bumrah can throw at you. Bumrah coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and it is driven at by Mitchell Marsh, and he can actually get it past the fielder at cover, and I think they have come back for a couple. Yes, indeed they have. Mitchell Marsh on 5 of 19. Australia 103 for 5, and 3 more deliveries left to go before the lunch break. Here we go. Jasprit Bumrah, right arm over the wicket. Bowls it fullish outside the off stump, and Mitchell Marsh toe ends it into the ground, and there is no run. Australia 103 for 5. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket. Defended by Marsh back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Okay, final delivery before the lunch break. Bumrah with figures of 2 for 25 from 8.5 overs. And no, it's not the final delivery, because Bumrah has done it again. He has overstepped again. He has been bowling quite a few no balls here. So 2 more deliveries. In comes Jasprit Bumrah. Right arm over the wicket, a filthy full toss, but Mitch Marsh can't take advantage of that because he plays it out to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, final delivery now coming up, and it should be the final delivery, unless Bumrah oversteps again. Come on. Here we go. Right arm over the wicket, defended back into the offside by Mitch Marsh, and that should indeed be lunch. Yes, and that is lunch. So, short summary of the day. The Australians can be very lucky they have Travis Head. He is the only, he looks to be the only Australian batsman that isn't, or he looks to be the only Australian batsman who has any clue how to bat on this surface. And good for him. As Dr. Anth said, he is on Bannerman watch now for Travis Head. I think that's a bit premature myself, but yes, not a bad innings from Travis Head. Australia go to lunch on 104 for 5. Travis Head and Mitch Marsh, the not out batsman. And I will now play you some more interviews from the channel for the lunch break, and I will see you later. Everyone, welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein. I'm post-production Leah because you are about to see a video I did with Will from Gorilla Cricket. Most of you probably know him. And I did an interview with him a few weeks ago, and we had a few technical problems and difficulties. First of all, we couldn't get the audio connection to work over Discord, which was kind of weird. When it all then worked, we had a good conversation, but it ends quite abruptly because then Discord decides to crash. Therefore, I am recording this intro to let you know. It's still a very interesting conversation, and I plan on, well, finishing it because there's been some scheduling difficulties with Will, some illness, stuff like that, unavailability, everything like that. But I thought what I had was pretty good, and I didn't want to waste that. So, without further ado, no, I'm lying. There is further ado. I will also record an outro, and I will put that at the end of the video of the interview. So yeah, hopefully I can talk to Will again in the next few days, and we can record a follow up to this conversation you are about to see. That would be really, really nice. So on with the show. Have fun. Enjoy, everyone. Here you go. Hello and welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein, everyone. Another video in English. My name's Leah. Welcome. And I have a guest today, fellow GC Radio or Gorilla Cricket alumni, Will. Hello, Will. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was very interested in having Will on here because he's in a similar position to mine in that he really got back into cricket commentary and into creating content in this alternative cricket media, if you will, independent alternative cricket media in a similar time frame to me. So starting with the pandemic, roughly, is that right?
I've always been hugely into cricket. Kind of like the first series that I remember kind of obsessively watching was the 2005 Ashes. So
Yeah, me too.
um, and and I was always aware of it before that, but that was the one that kind of made me go,
Mm.
"Oh, okay, this is going to be my life now." And I found the Gorillas sort of as their original kind of
As test match
uh,
so far.
as test match sofa,
Mm-hmm.
and I was doing my GCSEs, and that basically the sofa became the background noise of that sort of GCSE revision, which actually
Mm.
just turned into me eating all of them all night and being irritating on the internet. And then while I was doing that, I was also playing for the Somerset disabled team and then the England disabled team. I did that for a few years, and then I got injured and went back to school. I say went back to school. I just did my A levels at home while I was doing recovery, and then I went off to uni in Birmingham because of Edgbaston,
Mm.
because of the 2005
Mm.
Ashes. Um, and then I ended up playing for Warwickshire for a bit, and then my knees completely gave out, and here we are.
Yeah, but no, I was thinking into guerrilla cricket, appearing on the broadcast or stuff like that. That
On the broadcast stuff, I think that was I've been doing it 6 months, a year, something like that, I guess.
Yeah, but you, I can't remember you being on GC Radio before the pandemic.
No, because well, it was that thing. The pandemic sort of changed it for everyone,
Yeah,
really, because
yeah, exactly,
we went remote, so it meant that I didn't have to schlep up to London um,
exactly.
at 4 in the morning to do a sort of contest or whatever. Um, so yeah, it made it a lot easier, and I sort after a little bit of persuading from Tony, I took the plunge and started waffling more kind of publicly rather
Yeah,
than.
exactly, and that was what I meant when I said we started roughly the same time.
Oh yeah.
Appearing more on the internet and being more public on the internet.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely. So
stuff like that.
I've never done anything like this in terms of cricket
Yeah.
broadcasting or anything. Just, I think I've done a bit like I did an interview for um, BBC London when I
Mm,
got my first England cap, but that
yeah.
was years ago, and it was literally kind of outside Lords, and they kind of went, "Does it feel?" And I was 16 and terrified, and went, "Great, but I'm terrified." And then that was it. And I don't, and I don't think anyone listened to it, but that's the extent of kind of.
Mm. Yeah, so you are probably the only guerrilla cricket commentator who was ever capped for the England team. Is that right?
Uh, so it depends whether you count the sofa days, because they had a lot of ex-England cricketers, so they had
Yeah.
Foxy Fowler was on quite a lot, and
Yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there were people. I mean, I'm fairly sure. I don't know if this is a fever dream, but I think they had Matt Hancock on at one point, which is a bit mental. Um,
uh, well, I mean, those were mildly mental days. They had David Steele
they were indeed, yeah.
doing a
So
John Arlott impression, demanding more drugs be delivered to the commentary, to the com
yeah.
box.
So if you count that, then no, I'm not. But I think in terms of gorillas,
Yeah,
I think I am. I suppose um, in terms of kind of mainstream media, Zoltz did a bit in the early days of Gorilla as well. I think there was a bit of a crossover, but yeah,
yeah,
I think I'm
but
definitely the.
Zoltzman was never in the England team, was he?
No, but he's just in the sort of mainstream kind of. But I think he has played. He's played for like. I think he played for the over 50s or something. The England over 50s. Something kind of odd. I remember bumping into him at the thing, and
Okay.
oh, I've got I've actually got stats now, and I went, "That's great, Zolf. That's amazing. You can look yourself up on Crick Info." Um, I don't know. Uh, but it is really weird because it's a long time ago, and there's the whole structure of disability cricket has really changed since I was really in it.
Mm.
Which is so when you asked me to do this, I sort of was surprised because I said, but I've been out the game for so long, and I have in terms of in my head, it's kind of like I'm now coaching some of the Somerset
So
development team.
I wouldn't call that out of the game then.
I, yeah, but I'm not turning out for the England team anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the people that are, which is nice, and that's lovely. And watching Callum do the he does Callum Flynn, who's
Mm.
the ED England captain. He's one of the commentators on the Lancashire
Mm.
games. So that's that. It's really nice that we're actually finally getting some sort of money from the game, I guess, which is great. And like, it's nice that the guys have their kit paid for
Mm.
and their expenses, which we didn't when I was
Oh
doing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
But it was mainly funded by Chance to Shine and Taverners and
Mm. Mm.
so, the ECB didn't officially come in on it until 2014, I think. So that was a couple of years after I was sort of
Mm. Mm-hmm.
laid up with a knee with no cartilage in it.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
I mean
that's the
it's
bad thing about
yeah.
bowling, I guess. Um,
So
um,
a bit like Freddy then
yeah, really, really similar
in
to
the
what
end.
Fred had happen, but I had that happen in about 2 years rather than sort of. I didn't get the 15-year career,
Yeah, okay.
which is a shame.
But I hope you did
Uh,
you did get a fifer on your last Lord's appearance, hopefully.
So I got a fifer at Cardiff,
Okay.
uh, which was great. It was like a rain affected game, so it was the Aussies, and we put them into bat. Um, and so no, we went into bat first, and Tom, who was one of them, sort of middle over, sort of like he was middle order kind of four or something, and he got about 160 in about 10 overs.
Mm.
I remember him walking off, and he stuck his bat under his arm, and he just looked at me and went, "Enough?" And I went, "I reckon I can deal with that, yeah." And so we put on about 200 odd in 20 overs, and then it absolutely pissed it down, properly torrential in
Mm.
very classically Welsh way.
Yeah.
Um, and then so basically then they sorted out Duckworth Lewis and all that, and
Mm.
I think um 63 off 5 overs to win.
Okay.
They basically Skipper chucked me the ball and went, "What you can," but I'm gonna try and just give you the 1 over because it's
Mm.
5 overs. He wanted to give
Mm.
everyone basically um, proper bowlers and then someone who was a rounder who
Mm.
a bit of spin that was all right. I mean, like better than anything I can't spin things to save my life, but yeah. So 5 for 1. So got a
Oh,
hat trick.
beefy territory there.
Yeah. So and that was off 1 over.
Yeah.
So got a hat trick. What a wide. Bowled it again. Got another wicket. And then I had a top ball, and then I got another wicket on the last ball of the over. And yeah, and I was about 17, and I was really up myself, and I just sort of remember going up to the umpire, thinking to myself, this is fun. I just wish I'd sort of taken it in a bit more. Do you know what I
Mm.
mean?
Yeah.
Like, no, um, that's the best thing I've ever done. Definitely in terms of sport, probably in life. Um, yeah, I just sort of remember looking up and just taking it all in, and then wandering off to fine leg and thinking I'm not going to have to catch it for a while, which is nice. It was great. Also, did you see the Somerset game uh, when we were playing Surrey last week.
Was it the one?
It was the one. Basically, it was the one where the last few overs there were literally 10. There were 10 people around the bat, and
Yeah,
um,
yeah.
and Jack Leach was doing spin. So I'm not gonna lie, the last sort of three balls of that over, I had a field like that
Yeah, it's
because
always
I
it.
was just.
Yeah,
It's so much fun.
yeah. I think that's the
Um,
best thing in cricket. If there is a spinner on, and in the medium long shot, you can see all 13 players involved in the match and the two
yeah,
umpires in the same shot. That's
that's
the best.
that's the dream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was really fun. And I was really lucky. Because so Somerset, particularly when I was coming through,
Mm.
were the best county in the disabled game. So a lot of the Somerset guys were sort of in the England setup anyway, and
Mm.
it was quite easy because they're basically the England coach just used to bring Dan, who was the head coach at the time at Somerset, kind of go, "Have you got any good prospects coming through?" And put me forward, and I went up to Birmingham to have a trial.
Mm.
Honestly, the trial, like my trial, was better than any game I've played for England. It was crucial. Um, it was great. Again, I was very young, and I mean, I got told to slow down at one point. That was fun. I was bowling about. I think I got gunned about 82
Okay.
ish. So off 4 or 5 paces, that's quite fun. And they were just like, "You're in the team. Slow down. You're going to give someone concussion," which is again like I was about 3 weeks short of my 16th birthday at that
Mm.
point. That's just hilarious and very fun and very kind of silly and yeah. So in terms of that sort of thing, cricket's been very good to me.
Yeah, and
I mean,
yeah, thinking about Somerset, they're really at the forefront for this in the English game, I would say, disability cricket and stuff like that. I mean, I was thinking about it. Maybe I was thinking to myself, maybe I just have a better, or maybe I see it more because I follow Annie on Twitter and stuff like that, and Annie reposts a lot of Somerset cricket in all forms.
I mean
And
they've been so good.
yeah,
Like the fact that I've played at more county grounds than quite a lot of professional female cricketers.
mm,
I mean, it's awful because
yeah,
my God, particularly the girls that are coming through the now county system. It's very confusing at the moment
yeah,
because
yeah,
we've sort
yeah,
of
yeah.
like so. But like, what was the kind of the women's system? The fact that they've played. I was talking to Joe Gardner about this sort of like a little while ago, who plays for. It is going to be Essex, but it was uh, Sunrisers.
Mm,
So, anyway, she was saying, "Oh well, I played at Wanted Road, which is Northance's ground
mm-hmm,
once," and I kind of went, "I played at Taunton like loads."
mm-hmm.
She went, "That's because you're in the West Country and they care about that sort of thing. You're just really lucky." Um, I was very very lucky as well because I went when I went off to uni. Uh, so they were just bringing a lot more money into the international disability
Mm,
setup, and all of that was based at Edgbaston.
mm-hmm.
So although I wasn't still in um, the England setup, I was able to kind of use that as a way of kind of getting in on the act a little bit, and so that was really great. Being able to train at Edgbaston and
Mm.
all of that sort of thing. That was amazing. I was very very lucky. I'm very aware that I've been very lucky with it. Um, and also just things, particularly sort of like as a kid, that there were a lot of times where so the disabled team would train with like our academy guys would train with the like well the fact that I was training at 15 with Jack Leach and Joss Butler
Mm.
and people like that and Tom Abel, and so that's like a weird thing because it's I don't consider myself like a when people say what do you do, I just kind of go, I don't know, bit of everything, done some stuff, that was nice. um then I kind of look at who I've got in my phone. It's kind of like, oh, I've got a ton of professional cricketers who I've known since I was about 15, 16.
Mm.
And that's weird. Um, like uh, the Headingley game where Jack got the one.
Oh yes,
I
2019, of
heard
course.
from Jack the morning after that.
Oh,
That's weird. I mean, he was, like it was literally just a kind of a. I just texted him and went, "Saw you, best innings ever played." I meant him as well. And Stokes has got nothing on him. That's it's that thing of like it's a weird thing, and it just makes you kind of very grateful for what you get. And
mm.
like it's just I was in the right place at the right time. I was lucky, and I'm really grateful for it. And if like me waffling away on GCs, what people want, great. Like I'm well aware that I'm actually pretty crap at commentary. But I've got
What? No.
odd. Oh no, I am. Like my ball is terrible because I'm half blind and the stream freezes all the time. Because I've
Yeah,
got terrible
okay.
internet.
Yeah, but
But
that's the technology. That's
yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
not a really good feed and stuff like that. Um,
You know what I mean? It's that thing of like I'm under no illusions that I'm going to be the next John Arlott. But I do know that I've got the odd decent story, and in terms of like certainly in terms of uh there are there's the odd game where I can kind of go, oh no, the pitch will play like this.
mm.
Somebody will be somebody will be on and kind of go, how do you know that? And I'm like, there.
But I mean, that's the great thing
No,
about cricket commentary. It's so different from every other sports commentary in that
oh
sense that
so
you
yeah,
need different roles. You need someone
yeah.
to describe the describe what's going on in the action, what is happening every ball. But well, there are people that naturally gravitate towards a different role, maybe a summarizer or stuff like that. And
I think it is that thing, and also I think there's that element of kind of I don't know. So I did stand up for years.
mm,
Basically, I did stand up kind of that was my job until the pandemic
mm-hmm,
put pay to it. Um, I've always been quite comfortable just sort of chatting to people, and
mm-hmm.
I can always sort of like find something a bit funny to say. So I think I'm just always I don't know. Sometimes I kind of feel like the cricket gets in the way of the jokes, but that's all right. Um,
Yeah, I think so too.
and also I really like that. You know what? Everyone's so relaxed, and it's a safe place to be, and you're not going to get grief in the chat and
No.
all of that sort of thing, and like so that's really nice. And you know what? If it means that at some point there's a bit more kind of coverage for disability cricket in the UK, then it's great. I
Mm.
don't know whether it will end up being us, but I mean, I've spoken to Bear about it, a little bit, just sort of saying. they are looking for new on certain games and stuff. So like that would be great because it could also be really good for us.
Yeah. Isn't the ECB now at least live streaming disability matches
They are,
on
but
YouTube?
they are live streaming it. But there are a lot. So that's the DPL, the Disability Premier League, which is kind of like, well, it's basically a franchise. It's like the 100.
Okay.
Although I kind of think that really they should have just gone in with the 100, because if you look at what, so I don't like. Oh, I feel weird about the 100, but I think you
Yeah.
can't deny that the 100's done amazing things for the women's game. Like, when you consider that there are loads of girls now that are able to be full time because of the 100, that's great. And I don't really kind of like, yeah, the men's competition seems a bit weird and a bit like a computer game to me.
Mm.
Weird. It's
Be-
kind of like they're just playing it out for whatever. But I think you have to look at the positives where they are. And I've always thought, why don't they sort of do something like? Well, I think that there should be a sort of a. I mean, I've been thinking this for years, but I think that with the Blast, there should be 3 games in a day. I think you should have a disabled game in the morning, and a
mm.
women's game, and the men's game.
Mm.
I think you get a full day of cricket, and also, like, and obviously there's not going to be as much money in disabled cricket. We all have to,
Yeah.
like I say, England guys have full-time jobs and
Mm.
stuff, and they don't. And it's very difficult, but it is better than it was. So I think that might be something that would help it. But yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
whether we could be part of it or not. I
yeah.
don't know, but
But that's something I wanted to ask you. What do you think? Do you see, what positive well what positive developments, that's the word I was looking for. What positive developments for the disability game do you see at the moment in English cricket, especially in English cricket? Because I think, first of all, English cricket is what disability cricket, where disability cricket is concerned. England is at the forefront right now. Um,
100%.
so where England are now, the rest will be in about 5 to 10 years, depending on. Well, Australia will probably be a bit earlier than Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
I fear.
What's interesting actually is that I think the from what I've seen, so it's interesting that I've had people who are involved in Cricket New Zealand like
Mm.
give me the odd email and kind of go, "We're looking at how this works. You used to be in it. How
Mm-hmm.
would you?" So that's like an interesting thing. So I think they're taking it really seriously. So if you're looking at kind of who are the next sort of cab off the rank kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
um, I think New Zealand are going to be up there. Australia are definitely going to be uh, was one of the big three,
Yeah.
and they don't want to be doing. Um, don't want England to be doing something that they're not doing. And then I'd like to think that India will do it. Honestly,
Well,
I
India.
don't think that it will be. India are weird. It's so strange. A bit.
Yeah, but I remember they were touring. One of the disability teams was touring England. I think it was the deaf cricketers.
Yeah, and
They were touring England.
and our guys went over there
Mm.
um when the England men's team last toured India, whenever that was, year before last year.
Mm. No,
Um,
last year, England
Last year it
men.
was last year. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There was um a physical disability team
Mm.
touring at the same. So I mean, they definitely there's an appetite for it, which is great, and I think combining it with a the men's tour as well, I think is a good idea. Because I think that's if you look at, I think you have to look at something like the 100 in terms of what it's done for women's cricket, and I think the big things that it's done is completely coincidentally because of COVID. They put the games on back to back, which I
Mm.
believe wasn't originally going to be the case, but that meant that crowds got up, and essentially that's what you want. You need sort of in the ground, um,
Mm.
because it's that weird thing with certainly with the Paralympics. For a lot of people, it's an afterthought, but actually, if you're if you're kind of into sport,
Mm.
you end up watching it because
It's great
most
sport.
people that like sport, like, you just watch what's on. And then after about a day, usually people go, "Oh my god, this is amazing."
Yeah.
I have people not been telling me to watch long jump with a guy that's blind,
Mm.
because that's much more entertaining than somebody that can see, because of course it is. Um, you know, like,
And I
there's
mean,
a Chinese swimmer that
everyone who
doesn't
has
have any limbs.
yeah, and everyone who has ever watched any wheelchair rugby match, please don't tell me that you didn't like that stuff. That's
Exactly.
amazing.
Like, and they are amazing guys. They're
Mm.
so cool, and they're just so fit as well. That's the thing that I think is hilarious. People don't realize how incredibly fit people are.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Like, um, yeah, but that's also like a weird perk of my life, is that I know a lot of Paralympians,
Mm.
and that's cool, because but it's like it but that also makes it a bit weird, because like I was in a Paralympic pathway for equestrian when I was young.
Okay.
um yeah. uh what might have been, I guess, again, if I'd not been, I basically I
Afternoon session of the fourth day of the first test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-25. Um, yeah, so what happened in the morning session today? It was Mohammad Siraj's session with the ball, and probably Travis had session with the bat. Travis had made a 50. He is on 63 currently, not out. After Australia began the day on 12 for 3, Usman Khawaja played a very, very poor shot. Steve Smith got a very, very good ball. And Travis Head has played with intent on a really, really tricky surface. It's starting to get a bit sketchy, one would say. Um, how long can Australia draw this out? I think they are still on for a very, very large defeat. They are not getting the 534 runs that have been asked of them. Who is still in the shed for Australia? I think the next batsman in would be Alex Carey, and he is the last recognized batsman, because after him there's only Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Josh Hazlewood. But the Indians will need to make the breakthrough here. Travis Head obviously the batsman they want to dismiss. He has made around 60% of Australia's total in the second innings thus far. He has looked relatively good. Siraj is currently the pick of the bowlers for the Indians. He has taken 3 wickets. Bumrah is amongst them with 2. Harshit Rana and Washington Sundar, the two other bowlers used by India in the second innings. Both of them a bit unlucky. Washington Sundar has not found a lot of turn. Certainly less than Nathan Lyon did yesterday, when he had a few that were really, really turning. They were really turning square, basically. Excuse me. Do you know that feeling when it tickles in your nose and you are pretty certain that you need to sneeze, and then the sneeze kind of dies in your sinuses? Yeah, really, really unpleasant. Anyway, we are out there again for the afternoon session of the 4th day. Australia 104 for 5. Mitch Marsh is the batsman facing. And he will have to face Harshit Rana, apparently, as the overlay informs me. As the players are walking out, Rishabh Pant there with the helmet under his arm, the Indian keeper. Travis Head has been the only Australian batsman so far who scored a boundary for his team in the innings. Mitch Marsh is also off the mark. He got off the mark with a 3. As we are now seeing Harshit Rana. He has bowled 6 overs, figures of none for 27, and the worst economy of the Indian batsman, over 4. The stands have not really filled up. It's basically an empty stadium, except for one section, which is a section filled with the Bharat Army, who are already celebrating what looks to be a very, very good win for India. Oh no, it is Travis Head is facing, apparently. They were showing that Mitch Marsh would be facing Harshit Rana, but it is Travis Head who plays out the first ball for a dot, but he gets a double on the second delivery. He moves on to 65 of 74 deliveries. Australia 106 for 5. I think it is crucial in this session for the Indians to dismiss probably Travis Head. Alex Carey has not made runs in the first innings. The only one to make any runs in the first innings of the Australians was Mitchell Starc. The next 2 wickets will be crucial for the Indians, because then they are into the tail. Remember, everyone, there is no Pat Cummins still to come, because Pat Cummins came out as basically a pinch hitter yesterday in the evening session. He fell to Mohamed Siraj as he was fishing outside his off stump with an angled bat. And Kohli took a slip catch off a top edge. The Australians now taking a single, and that brings now Marsh onto strike. 3 slips for Marsh. There is also a gully as Rana comes in right arm over the wicket, and this one is defended into the offside by Mitchell Marsh, and there is no run. Figures of none for 30 now from for Rana. Two more deliveries left in his 7th over as Mitch Marsh is taking guard. In comes Rana, right arm over the wicket, and there is a pull shot from Mitchell Marsh as Nitish Rana is too short, and that is actually the 4th 6 of the innings for Australia. Mitchell Marsh now racing onto 11. That's a very, very, very high and very long shot from Mitchell Marsh. As he twists the bat and gives the ball some air. That's a good shot. 6 runs, 113 for 5. Next delivery, Rana bowls right arm over the wicket, but he overcorrects, gives him some more width outside the off stump, and Mitchell Marsh is leaving that one alone. Yeah, as they are, this is annoying. They are showing advertisements for online casinos, slot machines, online slots, which reminds me of the old joke that all the sports betting sites were plastered. The advertisements were plastered all over Australian stadiums, and the joke was that it almost looked like Australian sports betting had a cricket problem. Washington Sundar is coming back into the attack for his 6th over of the Australian second innings. Thus far, he has taken no wickets. He has conceded 12 runs. In he comes, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed head, and there is an appeal. There is an appeal for, I think it's an LBW appeal, and Washington Sundar is absolutely convinced. He is in discussion with the rest of his team, but the DRS timer ticks down and no one made the tee. Now we're seeing a replay. And I don't know what he was appealing for, because Travis Head gets bat on that, plays it into the ground. It is probably not even touching his pad. As the next one is right arm around the wicket, and Head slashes that into the offside, and they take a single, 114 for 5. Head 67 of 77. And that means he has made exactly 2,000 test runs in his 28 tests in Australia. Those 28 tests have brought 6 centuries, an average of 51.28, which is really handy. Next one from Sunda, right arm over the wicket, and this one is played out for a single by Marsh. As we are seeing footage from the nets, I'm not really sure who is batting in the nets out there. Sunda now to head, right arm around the wicket. There is a slip in place as Head plays it out to mid off. There is another single. Pretty good from these two thus far. Let's have a look where it ranks in comparison to the other partnerships that Australia have had. Smith and Head made a 62 stand. This one is currently worth 39. Also not bad. Better adjusting the seating. After that first dot ball, the Australians are content to rotate the strike around. 5 singles of the last 5 balls of the over. Australia 118 for 5. As we are now seeing a projection of that 6 that Mitch Marsh hit, it went 18 meters high and 83 meters long. I think the previous highest 6 went at around 10 meters at the apex. Harshit Rana is back. He is bowling to Travis Head, who is on 69. Nice. In he comes, right arm around the wicket. There are a slip and a gully, and this one is short and swivel pulled by Travis Head, and the Aussies are running a single. Head now on 70. Marsh on strike, 13 of 28 for him. Rana with figures of none for 37. Overall, I would say these two look, or at least Head looks unfazed by the steep ask of 534 runs. The Indians, on the other hand, are very, very excitable, I would think. They are looking for wickets. They burned a review earlier in the innings. It was, well, it could have, it might have gone their way, to be fair. It was missing leg stump by a whisker. Everything else was okay. Another single to the Australian total. No, they're not running. The operator of the overlay is a bit fidgety as well, as the strike indicator changed. But it is back now. There is another dot ball. Australia remain on 119 for 5. Mitch Marsh is facing. Here comes Rana, right arm over the wicket, and this is a pull shot out towards cow corner, and there is a fielder out there who picks up the ball as it inevitably slows down in the very sluggish outfield here at Perth Stadium. And this one flew basically right through the hands of Devdutt Padikkal, outstretched above his head. It would have been a sharp catch if he could have made it, as the Australians run a couple. 121 for 5 now. 2 more deliveries left in Rana's over, and he bowls right arm over the wicket. This one is a bit wider, and it is there to be cut by Mitchell Marsh, and that is another boundary. Marsh 19 of 34 as he scores another 4. These two are the only batsmen in the Australian batting lineup thus far that have scored boundaries in the second innings. Final delivery of the over. Clipped off his legs, and there is a fielder out there as they take off for a very speculative single. I think it is again Devdutt Padikkal who picks up the ball and throws it in the general direction of the stumps. Let's call it the general direction of the stumps, because he has maybe 1.5 stumps to aim at, and he misses it. Travis Head is home safely. A single taken. 122 for 5 now. Let's see if anyone is with us on social media. You can obviously just use the YouTube chat. That is fine. Or you can write in on Blue Sky and Twitter. Twitter handle is the top one. The Blue Sky handle is the lower one. No, I don't think there is anyone with us yet. So let's get back to the action. And Jasprit Bumrah is continuing with Washington Sundar. He has figures of none for 18 from 6.1 overs thus far, as there is a single of the first delivery of his 7th over. Travis Head is now facing, and Washington Sundar bowls right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. There is a slip in place for Travis Head, and again, he gets an edge to that, and it dribbles behind the wicket, and the very excitable Rishabh Pant already has one hand up in an appeal. Let's see what happened there exactly. Oh yes, Travis Head tries to cut it. He gets an under edge to it, and he is very, very lucky that he doesn't drag that onto his stumps. They take another single, and that means that Mitch Marsh is now on strike, and Sundar bowls right arm over the wicket to him, and Marsh pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. Sundar to continue. There is a short leg in place now, and all the fielders don't matter, as Mitchell Marsh is dispatching Washington Sundar over his head into the second tier of the stands, where a portly fella has to get up, waddle about 5 meters to his left, pick up the ball and throw it back onto the field of play. Because there are not that many people out in the stands on this Monday. A single to end the over, and Australia, after 34 overs, are 134 for 5. This incessant advertising between overs is kind of annoying because they show you the score sheet overlay for maybe half a second after the over ends. This is very, very annoying. Now we're back to a replay of that Mitch Marsh 6. As he dances down the wicket, the speed of the ball as it was incoming was a little under 60 kilometers per hour. And when it left the bat, it had accelerated to over 100. Mitch Marsh on strike. He is 28 from 37 as Rana continues, right arm over the wicket, and there is no run as Marsh defends one out into the offside. Harshit Rana now in conversation with his captain Jasprit Bumrah, who polishes the ball for him. Marsh remains on strike. Right arm over the wicket comes Rana. And this one is guided past the gully and towards third man. And the Australians have taken a single, thus Travis Head is back on strike. He is on 71 from 82 and he looks to be in the mood. Pretty good strike rate, that 71 of 82. I think it is among the highest in the match. Anyway, Rana continues, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Head, and there is a slip, there is a backward point, but this one is too wide outside the off stump and it is too short, and Travis Head cuts that one away. It is fielded out in the deep, but not before the Australians can take a couple of runs. Travis Head 73 of 83, Australia 138 for 5. The target, again, is 534 runs. Rana coming in now. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is shorter and aimed at Travis Head's head, who ducks under it or sways under it like a limbo dancer. And there is no run. The partnership is worth 59 of 62 deliveries. And for some reason, Travis Head is holding his bat in front of his face as he swerves under that, and the bat is coming dangerously close to the ball. That might have been a caught behind chance as he guides one past the slips, again fielded at third man. There is another single. Marsh is back on strike. He is on 29. And the field is reset again as now there is a right-hander on strike. Let's see what his field will be like. I have a sneaking suspicion that they will put in some more slips because they had only a single slip for Head on the last delivery. Not really. There's still only one slip, and then there is a gully. But Marsh leaves one, so that's basically irrelevant. As we are now seeing highlights of the partnership between Head and Marsh, which is now worth 60 runs. 60 of 64 deliveries, and Washington Sundar to continue. Head is on 74 of 85 deliveries, and he is the batsman on strike, as we are seeing Patrick Cummins out in the dressing room or dugouts or whatever you want to call it in this Optus stadium. Washington Sundar right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, and that is played out into the leg side. He plays it between his legs, actually, the kind of a net mag out towards square leg, and there is a single. Marsh on strike now. So Washington Sundar goes back to over the wicket. The ball is defended back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Marsh remains on 29 of 41. There is a slip, there is a short leg, and Mitch Marsh plays one out towards cover, where it is fielded, and there is no run. So Mitch Marsh can't bring up the 30 for the innings. 2 dot balls now. Sundar continues, and there is some nice drift away from the batsman through the air here from Washington Sundar. In he comes again. Right arm over the wicket. This one is played out too long off, and that should be 30 for Mitchell Marsh. It is indeed 30 of 44 deliveries, and one more delivery to be faced by Travis Head in the over. Let's have a look, as this one is played too long off, and the Australians have taken another single. Let's have a look if there is anyone with us on social media. As Australia end the 36th over on 142 for 5. No, doesn't look like there is something on social media. No, let's have a look at if there is anything on YouTube. You can always use the YouTube chat. You can also use social media like Twitter and Blue Sky, but I warn you, I prefer Blue Sky because Twitter is becoming increasingly toxic. Anyway, Rana is continuing, and he bowls right arm around the wicket. This is a filthy full toss, and that is deposited towards the offside boundary by Travis Head for another 4 runs. Australia 146 for 5. And it would be quite funny if Travis Head could make a century here, because no one else in the Australian team got any runs, as Rana continues right arm around the wicket, and this one is clipped into the leg side, and the Australians are held to a single. Travis Head was looking for a second run there, but he was convinced by the Indian fielder threatening to throw down the stumps that it might be a bit ill-advised to steal a second run here, because there's absolutely no need for it. The Australian target is 534. It is the afternoon session of the fourth day. They probably won't. They won't make it. They have only one more recognized batsman left in the dressing room, and that is Alex Carey. And after that, it is Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Josh Hazlewood. As the Australians are changing the strike a couple of times, they are content with the singles, and there is a very hard cut shot by Travis Head that is fielded near the boundary, and I think the Australians have run 3. They should have run 3. The score is not being updated. What is going on there? I think they are checking. They are checking if it is a 4, because the fielder might actually have been in contact with the boundary rope when he had fingers on the ball. It is Washington Sundar out there. And no, the third umpire decides that he let go of the ball before impacting the boundary rope. So Mitchell Marsh is on strike as Rana continues, and this one is defended into the offside, and there is no run. But the 3 brings up Australia's 150. They are now 151 for 5. Mitch Marsh on 31 of 46. Travis Head on 84 of 90. Final delivery of Rana's 10th over coming in now, and it is defended by Marsh back towards the bowler. There is no run. Australia 151 for 5. Let's have a look. I guess I should also check if anyone in my Discord is would be ready to jump in. Just a second. Looking if there is any, if there are any new messages. No, there are not. Okay. Okay, full screen there, and here we go. Washington Sundar continues his spell. Travis Head is facing Washington Sundar, who is coming right arm around the wicket, and this one is played out to mid-wicket by Travis Head. There is no run. 29 runs conceded by Washington Sundar in 8.1 overs thus far. The partnership is 72 of 77, as Washington Sundar is back in again, right arm around the wicket, and Travis Head defends that with a very straight bat back towards the bowler, who fields it, and there is no run. Sundar back in again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut away, but it can only but there is no run because it can only find a gully fielder or a backward point somewhere in between there in that region of the field, and there is no run, so 3 dot balls to begin Washington Sundar's 9th over. Rishabh Pant is chatting away behind the stumps. I'm not really certain who is talking to, if he is encouraging the bowler or getting a bit into the head of Travis Head, or trying to get into the head of Travis Head. Right arm around the wicket and cut away, and this is fielded at deep backward point. Throw comes in as the Australians are running very, very hard. Rishabh Pant takes the ball and he throws down the stumps, but I think the batsmen are safe here. Yeah, no one is even bothering to appeal for that. The umpire is just putting the bails back on. Nothing bad happening for Australia. 153 for 5. And another cut shot from Head. And that one is fielded in the deep again, this time by Jaiswal. And the Australians have taken a single to end the over, meaning Travis Head will farm the strike. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. No, not on YouTube. Let's see social media. Dan Liebke is pointing out that it is less than 400 to win now. Why? I've seen a single batter score that many. India under massive pressure. Yeah, exactly. Just 380 now. Yeah, I'm not as confident as Dan Liebke that Travis Head will make a quadruple ton here. Bumrah is returning. He will bowl his 10th over. He is facing Travis Head. There are 2 slips, a gully. There is cover. There is mid on, mid off. In he comes. Right arm around the wicket. And Travis Head fends one towards third man. It is fielded out in the deep. And there is probably another 3 runs taken by the Australians. Because the outfield is so very slow. No, they have only taken a couple. So Travis had 89 of 97. He is potentially 1 shot away from entering the nervous 90s. In comes Bumrah again, clipped off his legs, but it is fielded by a fielder coming in, frantically running from mid-on, and there is no run. Australia remain on 156 for 5. The partnership is now 77 from 84 deliveries. So this is, in the context of this match, this is a significant run rate. Again, there is no run as Head basically defends Bumrah back into the leg side. the batting conditions looked a lot trickier yesterday evening and in the early morning of the day. As Travis Head drives one, he can only find mid-off, and there is again no run. He remains on 89 from 100 deliveries now. The match has felt very slow scoring. This partnership going along at a strike rate of, or at run rate of over 4 and over feels really significant. As this time Bumrah digs one in short, and it is probably too short because it evades everything. It doesn't take the bat, and Rishabh Pant behind the stumps can't stop it despite his best efforts. And there are wides scored, and there is an appeal, and it looks like Travis Head is out after a filthy delivery in the last with the last ball. Jasprit Bumrah has Travis Head caught behind as he wants too much there. Bumrah bowling right arm around the wicket. Travis Head attempting a drive and getting an outside edge nicked through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. He was looking to play a square drive at that. He misses it and feathers one behind. He has to go for 89 runs, caught punt, bowled Bumrah, and Australia are now forced to send out their last recognized batsman. Alex Carey is out in the middle, and given the fact that basically only Travis Head and maybe Mitchell Marsh looked like they knew what to do on this surface. This feels significant if India can dismiss Alex Carey early. This will be over before tea is taken, one would think. Australia 6 wickets down. There are still 373 runs required. 161 for 6 Australia. 7 runs coming in this over. 5 of them were wides, and also 1 wicket fell. The highest score of the test for Australia, Travis Head. He didn't make it into the nervous 90s because he fell for 89 runs. So let's see if India can wrap this up relatively quickly. I mean, what do you expect from the Australian batsmen here? 337 runs still to get. Australia are basically out of it. Washington Sundar continues. He has taken no wickets. He is bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Mitchell Marsh, who is now joined out in the middle by Alex Carey. There is a slip. There is also a short leg in place for Mitchell Marsh, who plays out the first delivery for a dot ball. Devdutt Padikkal is in at slip. Marsh playfully jabs out the next delivery towards Devtul Palikal at slip. No chance of a catch there, but he's smiling. 2 dot balls in Washington Sundar's 10th over, first up. There has been a bit of a delay. Something is not right. I'm not sure what is going on. No one seems to be adjusting any kind of side screen. Oh, excuse me. Okay, we can continue. Washington Sundar, right arm over the wicket, and it is defended back into the ground by Mitchell Marsh. There is no run. Australia 161 for 6. And a sweep from Mitchell Marsh that finds the boundary at fine leg. 4 runs to Australia. Mitchell Marsh 35, Australia 165 for 6 wickets. Goes down on one knee and gets an under edge basically into the ground, but there is no fielder near it. Or there is a fielder near it. There's a short leg in place, but this one is coming so hard and fast that would have been a miracle if he had even had the reaction time to throw himself in the way of the ball to stop it from going for a boundary. No chance of a catch, but even the stop here would have been really, really significant. Next one is swept again, but this time it is only for a single, as we are seeing some ground staff doing some repairs on the boundary rope. Hopefully they're doing it with duct tape. As another single means that Alex Carey is now on strike and he plays out a dot ball and there is no run. As we are seeing replays of Bumrah setting up that wicket of Travis Head. Australia 166 for 6 after exactly 40 overs. And Bumrah continues. This is by a long shot. Is this the fastest innings of the test match? I'm not sure. The second Indian one was relatively quick moving if you're looking at the run rate. 3.62, and yeah, it's still the fastest scoring 4.11. The Australians managed, I think, around 2 runs in their first innings, 2 runs per over in their first innings. The Indian innings wasn't that much faster. As we are seeing the field, there are slips, there's a gully, there's a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square leg, which is basically a fielder. It's a sweeper out near the boundary. And there is also a deep fine leg. As Bumrah to Marsh, right arm over the wicket, and it is pushed out into the offside behind square. There is no run. 2 dot balls to begin Bumrah's 11th over. Let me have a look. So we are about, I think, 10 minutes away from a drinks break. As Bumrah continues, third delivery played with a straight bat towards mid-off, and there is no run from Mitchell Marsh. 3 dot balls for Bumrah now. And again, Jasprit Bumrah has overstepped. He has bowled how many no balls thus far? It's been a few. He has bowled 5 no balls thus far in the innings. Five no balls in basically now 11 overs, which is, well, it reminds me of the joke that Alex and Dan did in their 1981 Ridiculous Ashes series, because there Bob Willis was bowling a lot of no balls. He was bowling, I think he was basically bowling 1 no ball every over. It's not that bad yet with Bumrah. He is bowling 1 every 2. But back in the 80s, of course, in Australia they bowled 8 ball overs. And in England they bowled 6 ball overs. And basically Bob was splitting the difference. He was basically bowling 7 ball overs. Bumrah in again to the left-handed Alex Carey, and he comes right arm around the wicket, and he has Carey all squared up. There is a bit of an appeal from behind the stumps, but I don't think that this is a good shout. It's a shout for an LBW, because Alex Carey is trying to defend one on the back foot, misses it, and it takes his upper thigh. Would have gone over the wicket. Final delivery, and this is driven but straight to mid-off, and there is no run. So Carey remains on naught of 5 deliveries. We are seeing the wicket highlights of the innings so far. I think, yeah, it's not just Bumrah's highlights, because we are now seeing Labuschagne after we have seen Captain Pat Cummins, who was dismissed by Mohammad Siraj. Now we're up to Usman Khawaja, who was the first wicket to fall today. Then it was Smith, who was dismissed by an almost unplayable ball from Mohammad Siraj. Travis Head was set up nicely by Jasprit Bumrah, as he feathered one through to a Rishabh Pant. And that brings us to where we are now. Australia 168 for 6. Mitch Marsh on 37 of 56. And Alex Carey, the last recognized batsman for Australia, at number 8. He is on naught of 5. Nitish Kumar Reddy, for the first time in this innings, is going to bowl. He will bowl to Mitchell Marsh. Let me have a look. I will. There it is. I will have to change something around here. Okay. And here we go. Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar ready. And he has the Australian batsman in two minds about what to do here. It is a very good ball in the corridor of uncertainty. And Mitch Marsh is playing inside the line of the ball and almost gets the shoulder off the back to that ball, which would have basically meant that Australia are guaranteed to be out before tea is taken. But second delivery, Reddy has overstepped. The Indian pacers are not overstepping by that much. They land on the line with the heel of their back foot, but of course the laws say that something has to land behind the line. In comes again, right arm around the wicket, and that is played back to him by Carey. Reddy takes the catch one-handed and throws it in the direction of the stumps and just hits Carey on the pads. As we are seeing slow-mo replays of Reddy's bowling action, and he looks really quick if you are just looking at his action, but then the data says, yeah, he's okay, but he's not that quick. He's a medium pacer that has a fast bowler's action, basically. And it looks like a fast bowler until the ball leaves his hand. It's a bit of a weird one, I have to admit. It's a bit of a weird one. But maybe you can use that to your advantage by deceiving the batsman into mistiming their shots. Could be. Anyway, here he is again, and this time he's bowling to Mitch Marsh, who plays one into the leg side behind square, and there is another single. Australia 172 for 6. Carey is on 1 of 7. Marsh 39 of 59. 2 more deliveries left in Nitish Kumar Reddy's first over of the second Australian innings. The target again is 500. Is a ludicrous 534. But the Australians are not giving up yet. Not yet. Reddy bowling right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Carey in the corridor outside the off stump, and Carey has to put down his bat, and he is lucky not to get an edge to that again. And my stream has frozen. Give me a second. I will try to first reload the site. There is a bit of a problem with my stream currently. Let's see if we can make something happen here. Oh, damn. No, this didn't help. Oh, the joys of watching cricket in Germany. Ah, here we are again. We are back. Jasprit Bumrah is continuing. He is bowling to Mitchell Marsh. First delivery of his over is a dot ball. Australia 172 for 6. In comes a Bumrah right arm over the wicket. 2 slips and a gully, and it is defended back into the pitch by Mitch Marsh. Very, very technically correct defense from Mitch Marsh here. 172 for 6. The target 534. 2 dot balls in a Bumrah's 12th over. He has figures of 3 for 35. Bumrah and Siraj, the only Indian bowlers to take a wicket thus far. As is that a dropped chance in at gully as Mitch Marsh threads one through towards third man region, and he reaches the boundary. Let's have a look. Yeah, the camera didn't really get that one. It might have actually been a drop. I don't think it was Kohli this time. I think it was Rahul or Devdutt Padikkal, if you want to call it a drop. Next one is hit in the same direction, but not as hard. And the result is that the Australians get only 3 runs for this one. And they have to run for all of them. They are moving along, but of course there is not that much hope for a victory here. They need another 355 runs, and they have only left, well, basically the tail enders in the dressing room. Oh, come on. Final delivery of Bumrah's 12th over. There was a dot ball of the 5th delivery. In he comes a Bumrah. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed carry, and this one is on the stumps, and it is clipped off the pads, but there is no run. We have been playing for an hour after lunch. Shouldn't there be drinks out? Let's have a look. No. Cricinfo is not saying that there will be drinks, but they're also not continuing with the commentary. This is all very, very weird. Let's see. Let's see if anyone is with us on social media. We have someone on the YouTube feed who's calling me bro, which I do not really appreciate because I'm not a bro, first of all. And I'm from Germany. I am from Germany. Abhishek. And I will delete that comment calling me bro. I do not really appreciate because I'm not a bro. Come on, YouTube chat, load it. Damn it. This site is so fucked. Nothing is working. Come on, load it. Remove that. Okay, fine. My name is Lea and I'm from Germany. For anyone new to the stream. All right. And I think we are continuing. No, it is a drinks break. Okay. I will take a short break and I will be with you in a few moments. Morgen. Gerade ganz kurze Pause. Das wird heute zu Ende sein, Orgel. Was? Doch. Ja. And we are back. And it is Nitish Kumar Reddy who will continue bowling. 2 dot balls first up of his second over. He is facing Mitchell Marsh. And it looks like there is another no ball, as Nitish Kumar Reddy has overstepped. This time a bit more egregious, the overstepping. Front foot no ball. The Australians took a single run there, so 2 no balls. 181 for 6 now. Carry. And this one is very down the leg side from a Reddy who bowls right arm around the wicket. And it is guided towards fine leg, where it is fielded near the boundary. Everyone is laughing about it. The fielder is laughing, Virat Kohli is laughing, and Rishabh Pant is laughing about it. The Indian camp seems to be in high spirits. As everyone is getting ready after the Australians took another single. So ready has Mitch Marsh bowled. As he bowls right arm over the wicket, Mitch Marsh looks to cut, misses, seems to miss it, and it takes the top off. Is it a clean bowled, or is there bat involved? That did Mitch Marsh drag on? Let's see the replay. Yes, he dragged on. He dragged it on. He played. He attempted a cut shot, got an under edge, and pulled the ball into his own stumps. And Australia are 7 down and only the bowlers to come. But it's at least theoretically not over for them yet, because Mitchell Starc was famously their top scorer in the first innings. He made in the first innings, he made 26, which was the top score for Australia in their 104 all out, and he should be coming out now, and the Indians with their tails up, because they know they have an opening here. I mean, not that anyone was really concerned that Australia might actually win this test. The target is 534. No one was expecting them to make that. Mitchell Starc is on strike, and he will have to face up to 2 deliveries from Nitish Kumar Reddy. Reddy, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Starc. And the ball squeezes out into the onside, and there is no run. Australia 182 for 7 down. For anyone confused why Pat Cummins isn't coming out before Mitchell Starc and after Alex Carey, it is because Captain Pat Cummins came out at number 3 yesterday as a pinch hitter. He didn't last very long. He was dismissed by Mohammad Siraj, who had him caught in the slips by Virat Kohli. And so the only batsmen left in the shed for Australia are Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood. Another dot ball to end the over. Alex Carey taking strike, and Mohammad Siraj will bowl his 11th over of the innings. Bumrah is rotating his bowlers relatively frequently here. Siraj has taken 3 wickets thus far. He has conceded 34 runs for them. And the fact that Reddy now has a wicket means that only one of either Mohammad Siraj or Jasprit Bumrah can theoretically take another fifer here. Or can take a fifer here. Bumrah took a fifer in the first innings. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm around the wicket, and he aborts his run-up at the very last second. Runs across the crease, basically where his follow-up would go. I don't know what the problem was here, as we are seeing something they really like to do in Australia. They they have a special screen called the wicket setup, and they like to show all the deliveries before the wicket fell. 2 slips and a gully for Alex Carey as Mohammad Siraj now bowls his first delivery of his 11th over, and he bowls right arm around the wicket, and he bowls that onto the legs of Alex Carey, who flicks it out into the onside. There is no run though. Australia remain on 182 for 7. In comes Siraj again, right arm around the wicket, and Carey drives one square, and there is a single in that. Not the best fielding efforts by the Indians out in the offside there. There is a dive, there is a stop, but the ball dribbles past the fielder, stuff like that. I think in the end it didn't do any harm because there was always a single there. And the Australians decided against taking a relatively risky second run they might have done on the misfield there. As Siraj is bowling relatively leg-sidey this time to Stark, who is having a bit of a joke, probably, apparently, with KL Rahul, who is fielding in the slips and seems to be the designated ball shiner for the time being. Mohammad Siraj to continue, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Mitchell Stark. Again, bowled onto the pads and defended by Stark. And there is no run, 183 for 7. 2 more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's 11th over. Stark is the batsman to face at least the first of those 2 deliveries. In he comes, right arm around the wicket. And this one is defended by Mitchell Stark relatively high. And there is no run. So, one more chance for Mohammad Siraj to bowl at Mitchell Stark. Probably probably the batsman they have a higher chance of dismissing. Carey is on 3 of 14. Stark has seen 5 deliveries thus far. In he comes again, Mohammad Siraj, and this one is very, very wide outside the off stump, and Mitchell Stark has no problem leaving that. It also kept a little bit low, I feel. So the inconsistent bounce in the pitch is getting a bit more pronounced. And looking at the pitch from above and the bowlers' run-ups and stuff like that, it looks a bit like an artillery range. There is the topsoil has been completely worn away at the bowling at the creases. There are footmarks everywhere. And the ground is noticeably darker beneath that very thin layer on top. As my stream has frozen again, let me see if I can do anything about that. Get that way. No, it has frozen. I think I'm having a bit of a bandwidth problem. Let's hope not. Reload the page. The usual stuff. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Here we go. We are back. Ready to continue. He concedes a single off the first delivery. The second one is a dot ball, and it is Stark who will have to... Oh no, he has overstepped again. Not as bad as the last time, but the Indian Pacers have been having a bit of a problem with no balls in this innings. Stark to face, and Reddy comes in, right arm around the wicket, and he strays to the leg side a bit. And Stark helps it on its way. It is fielded out in the deep, and I think they have taken a single. No, a couple. Stark. Stark confident enough to take the single here and not give the strike to Alex Carey, who is probably a better batsman than he is. Reddy coming in, right arm around the wicket, and this is a straight drive from Stark, but he can only find a cover, and there is no run. 2 more deliveries left in the over because of the no ball. And Nitish Kumar Reddy is getting ready to face to bowl to Mitchell Stark, who is tapping his bat. He's looking very slit-eyed at Reddy. And again, the Australians run a couple. Stark has raced to 4 of 11. Final delivery yet to come, as Rishabh Pant once again has to rearrange the stumps because the throw came in, and he decided to flick off the bails even though Mitchell Stark had been home safely. Very well then. Final delivery of Reddy's third over. Right arm around the wicket to Mitchell Stark, who defends that into the offside. It is fielded at cover again, and there is no run. As we are seeing the Australian dressing room, Travis Head in all his mustachioed glory, scratching his head. He is in conversation with... Who is that? And why is the camera shaking that much? Yeah, the camera is very unstable. Looking at the Australian dressing room as Mohammad Siraj continues. He bowls right arm around the wicket, over the wicket to the left-handed Alex Carey, and he is cut for a single. As we are seeing the top order collapses of the last 7 tests the Australian team has played. Probably the worst one is 6 for 47 in this match in the first innings, and the second innings also involved a top order collapse, as there is another throw at the stumps from very, very square, but this time it misses not by that much. maybe 2 centimeters. Maybe 2 centimeters. I think it is Washington Sundar throwing it in. Anyway, the Australians take a single, and that means their 190 is up. 190 for 7. Mitchell Starc is now facing. Again, first delivery is played out for a dot. That's nothing to write home about, as we are again seeing shots of the Australian dressing room, and there are a lot of reflections. I think that's Manos Labuschagne. There are reflections in the glass, so it's pretty hard to make out who it is, especially since he's sitting with his back to the windows. There is another single taken, this time by Starc, and that brings Carey back onto strike. 2 more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's 12th over. Australia 191 for 7. Carey 5 of 17 thus far in the innings. He is taking strike, and Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Alex Carey, who pulls him away to the leg side fence, and there is another boundary, 4 runs for Alex Carey, who moves on to 9 of 18 now. Let's have a look. Very nice pull shot, slightly behind square on the leg side, is where the ball ends up in the boundary. And the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's over is again right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and it is defended back into the ground, and there is no run. Australia 195 for 7 now. Oh, it's not over yet, because this time Mohammad Siraj has overstepped. He has overstepped. The Indian Pacers have had a bit of a problem with overstepping in this second innings. Okay, Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket onto the legs of Alex Carey, and there is a stifled appeal from the bowler himself, but no one is willing to risk a review for that one, as it is given as a leg bye, and Alex Carey has successfully farmed the strike. We are now seeing highlights of basically the wickets that have fallen thus far in the innings. Mohammad Siraj was really chuffed when he got, I think it was Usman Khawaja. I think it was the Khawaja. No. Or was it? Oh, who got Khawaja? Was it? Oh, anyway. Reddy continues. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, but this one is too short and too wide, and it is fetched from outside the off stump by Alex Carey and pulled for 4 runs. Let's be real. Whatever Alex Carey does here, the outcome of this match is not in doubt. The target is 534. Australia have 3 wickets in hand, and they have made 201 runs thus far. And the 2 batsmen they have left are Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood. Those are not people that you would want to bet for your life. Next delivery of Reddy's 4th over is a dot ball, and Carey takes strike again. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is cut behind point. And the Australians, I think, have taken a single. Yes, indeed, they have. 202 for 7. Australia have had a top order collapse 5 times in their last 7 tests. Twice in this test. In comes Reddy again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is played out to third man by Mitchell Starc this time. Australia have taken another single. 203 for 7 now. Reddy with figures of 1 for 19. As we are seeing the Australian dressing room, and it is Manus Labuschagne who is very amused in a cognitively impaired kind of way by the fact that his chair swivels. Anyway, another dot ball to Alex Carey means Australia remain on 203 for 7. 3 more wickets required for India. Doesn't matter how many more runs the Australians require. It would be a world record for successful chases, and they're not getting that. In comes Reddy, final delivery, and this is driven straight by Alex Carey, and Mohammad Siraj is actually catching that ball in the sense that he overtakes it, stops it, and throws it back into the middle. And the Australians have taken 2 runs. End of the 48th over, 8 runs from it. Australia 205 for 7. And we are probably around half an hour away from tea. So if the Indians might take 2 quick wickets, we could have an extended session on our hands, as the Australians require another 329 runs. They have 3 wickets left to do it with. Mohammad Siraj continues. He will bowl to Mitchell Starc. Will he now switch to around the wicket? It looks like it. Yes, he is on track for the around the wicket delivery. This one is clipped by Starc square into the leg side. It is fielded by deep square leg, and the Australians have taken a single. 206 for 7 now. Still 3 wickets required for India to win this test. Carey is facing Mohammad Siraj now. He is on 16 of 25. again, the target is 534 as Siraj continues right arm around the wicket, and again, this is an on drive now from Carey. It is stopped by Rana, and I think the Australians have taken a couple. Yes, they have. Carey 18 of 26. Australia move on to 208 for 7. Third delivery of the over is now to be bowled, as the batsman is wasting quite some time remarking his guard several times, then stepping away again and remarking it, and so on and so forth. Siraj right arm around the wicket, and this is again flicked off the hips by Carey, and they take a single. 209 for 7 Australia now. 3 more wickets, come on. This is a bit frustrating for the Indians, one would think, because Australia are out of this test. They are heading for defeat. But the Australian batsmen offer a lot more resistance than they did up until this very day. Or at least the lower order is offering up some resistance. Mitchell Starc is on strike. He will have to face another 2 deliveries. Fifth one from Siraj coming in now as he starts his run up. Here we go, right arm around the wicket. This one is a bit too wide to the leg side, and it is glanced into the leg side by Mitchell Starc, and there is a single in that as Rishabh Pant jogs around to pick up the ball. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 13th over. There we are. He has the ball in hand again. Alex Carey again remarking his guard. Here we go. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is played to a forward short leg, and there is no run. Or forward square leg. End of the over. Australia 210 for 7. Let's see if anyone is with us on social media. Nothing in the YouTube chat. Anyone on Blue Sky? Reminder, you can use the Twitter handle or the Blue Sky handle to get in contact with me, or you can always use the YouTube chat, I think. Okay. Washington Sundar will bowl his 11th over. Back to some spin from Captain Jasprit Bumrah. Here we go. In the background, we see Rishabh Pant frantically rearranging his clothing. Someone is getting pads to be at short leg, which is it's a ludicrous law that short leg will have to wear the pads under the pants. I don't know why. You are allowed to wear a helmet. You are allowed to wear pads, but you have to wear them beneath the trousers. It is Dhruv Jurel, who is also a keeper. Devdutt Padikkal is taking his cap, stuffing it into his trousers, right down the ass crack. Anyway, in comes Washington Sundar to the left-handed Mitchell Starc. He's bowling right arm around the wicket. There is a short leg in place, but Starc plays that one out into the offside, and there is no run. There is a slip as well, but I think they could get away with having a few more fielders crowding the batsman here. Come on, get a silly point in as well. As Starc drives one, but can only find the cover fielder. There is no run. 210 for 7. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, and Starc leaves that one, plants the front foot and raises the bat. And there is some spin now for Washington Sundar, as he plays one out square into the leg side. It misses the short leg, which is set a bit back. It is fielded at square leg, and in Australia take a single, so Alex Carey is back on strike. In comes Washington Sundar for the final delivery of this over, and this one is defended into the offside by Alex Carey, and there is no run. 50 overs have been bowled in this second Australian innings. As we are seeing overhead shots of the last over, won by Washington Sundar. So we get the glorious full stretch that Mitchell Starc did before leaving a ball from Washington Sundar. Mohammad Siraj will bowl the next one. 3 more wickets to get for India. The target for Australia is a very academic 534. As Mohammad Siraj continues right arm around the wicket, this one is shorter, and it arrives at Mitchell Starc at probably shoulder height, and he decides to leave that alone. As we are now seeing shots of the nets, and I didn't say that earlier, because I didn't realize that Rohit Sharma had arrived in Australia. We were seeing shots from the nets earlier, and it is apparently Rohit Sharma who is batting with the pink ball in the nets at the Perth Optus Stadium. The first delivery has been given as a wide. I regret to inform any India fans. Second one has been a dot. Mitchell Starc is on strike. In comes Siraj, right arm around the wicket, bowled on a leg stump line, and this one hits Mitchell Starc, but outside the line of leg stump, and there is no run. Australia 212 for 7. 4 more deliveries left in the over because the first one was a wide. Siraj coming in again, right arm around the wicket, driven at by Stark. But he takes no run as it is fielded at mid-off. The slips have been placed further apart, spaced further apart for Mohammad Siraj. Let's see what he can do. Three more deliveries left. In he comes again, right arm around the wicket, defended by Stark into the offside, and there is no run. Yashasvi Jaiswal looking very, very stoic out there in the field. He is probably going to get player of the match for his 161 he made in India's second innings. Even though I might actually be convinced that Kohli is going to get man of the match because of the 100 he made, the first one since Port of Spain in 2023. The next one from Siraj is a bit too short, and Rishabh Pant has to jump up but can only get the tips of his gloves at those. So they are given as a bye, as the Australians run a bye on this wayward delivery from Mohammad Siraj. Alex Carey is back on strike to face the final delivery of Siraj's 14th over. In he comes, right arm around the wicket and driven by Carey. The fielders are herring after that, but is it going to die in the outfield? Yes, of course it is going to die in the outfield, because that's what this outfield does in this test. But they have run 3, I think. Yes, Australia 216 for 7, and I'm very, 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 very sorry, but I will have to take a very short break. This one. I'll be back soon. And I am back. Sorry, everyone. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. All right, we are back. Not much happening. 2 runs from the next over, which was bowled by Washington Sundar. It was a very, very quick one because, of course, he's a spinner. Final delivery of that over is again another dot ball, and that is that. Australia 218 for 7. Carry on 24, Stark on 9. Washington Sundar has bowled 12 overs and he has conceded 40 runs. Rana is scheduled to return into the attack now. And I'm looking at the time. It's about 8 minutes to go until lunch. Rana bowling his 11th over. He has been the unlucky one of the unlucky ones in the Indian attack. He has taken no wickets and conceded 57 runs in the innings so far. He continues right arm around the wicket to Mitchell Stark, the left-hander, who drives one to mid-off, and there is no run. Australia remain on 218 for 7. I think scoring the runs, well, you might do it anyway, but I think the more important part is that the Indians need 3 more wickets to take a very unexpected 1-0 lead in the series, coming off a heavy defeat at home against New Zealand. The first time India has been whitewashed in a series of 3 or more tests at home. As Mitchell Stark misjudges one that didn't rear up as much as he thought. He ducks and is hit on the head, but for some reason there is no concussion protocol. There is no concussion protocol. He is hit right here. Shouldn't there be a physio out there right now? I think there should be. That's really dangerous. As Carey after that cuts one away and they run 3, so Stark is back on strike. He drives one again. It is fielded by Captain Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off. Mitchell Stark is looking at the toe end of his bat. Is there a crack visible? No, doesn't look like it. Now Rana has dropped the ball, picks it up again at the top of his mark, and he comes in right arm around the wicket, and he bowls to Mitchell Stark, who guides it past the slips, and there is a fielder coming around at third man, and he stops the ball, throws it back into the middle, and I think the Australians have run a couple. Or have they? Yes. They have run, and Mitchell Stark moves on to 12. Final delivery of Rana's 11th over. In he comes now, right arm around the wicket. to Stark, and this one is very, very wide outside the off stump. Stark wants nothing to do with that. Lets it go through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and there is no run. Australia 224 for 7. As we are seeing highlights of this partnership that is worth 27 at this point in time. They have faced 37 deliveries for it. 2 fours have been hit and no 6s in the partnership. There have been 6s in the innings. The first one, I think, was Mitchell Marsh after who was it? Travis Head. Obviously, Travis Head had shown the Australians that boundaries can be hit in this innings. He was the first Australian in the innings to hit a boundary. Washington to continue for what I think is probably the second to last over of the session, or it could actually be the last over of the session. Depends a little bit on how quickly he runs through his over. He's a spinner, so obviously there is a chance they get one more in. There is an appeal, but it is not given, and replays show that it wouldn't have been out, as Carey goes down on one knee and sweeps Washington Sundar. And again, the ball dies about 30 centimeters out from the boundary, and I think the Australians have run another 3. Yes, the striker has changed and they have run 3. Yeah, the outfield very, very, very slow. You really have to work for your runs. You have to play your shots only for a chance to then maybe run a triple. Next delivery is a dot ball, as Washington Sundar is getting ready to come in for the 4th delivery of the over. There is a slip and a short leg in place for him, and Mitchell Stark has spooned one towards short leg. That is Dhruv Jurel out there. He has taken the catch, and Mitchell Stark has to go. Australia 8 wickets down, 227 for 8. And it's not even a bad pat catch that Dhruv Jurel is taking there at short leg. It comes off the shoulder of the bat as far as I can see. The square on camera doesn't have Mitchell Stark completely in shot there. And is that T? That's the question. It's not the shoulder, it's the splice of the bat where that one comes from. It's a very good catch, no doubt about that, from Dhruv Jurel at short leg. Didn't really flinch, comes to him at around head height, and he makes a one-handed grab with his right hand, almost behind his shoulder. Pulls it in. That's a very, very good catch. He's not falling backwards, so it's not like the Ben Stokes "you cannot do that" catch. But it's nevertheless a very impressive reflex catch. It's a very impressive reflex catch from Dhruv Jurel at short leg, and Mitchell Stark wanders off, and he can't believe what he has done. He can't believe what he has just done. And that is also tea. And I will see you again after tea. Oh, sorry. I probably should put on something. I guess I'll go back to the interview with Will. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yes, there it is. And I think it should continue from where we left it during lunch. Come on. Okay. Here we go. Enjoy, and I'll see you after tea. Yes.
Isn't it hellish?
Yes.
So yeah, basically, it was really weird because I was going to like Olympic camps and like I was. It sounds oh god, yeah, this makes me sound so big-headed. I hate this. I've literally just talked about being good at sport for like half an hour. Good.
No. And you're not, that's the thing. You're not just good at sport, you are also good at talking about sport and at
Yes,
promoting
yeah.
sport. And you uploaded a very interesting your thoughts on coverage of the Paralympics.
So I mean, if we're going to get into that, then what are you doing for the next 4 hours? Because I can talk about that forever. The Paralympics is a weird thing. I love it, but I also am very aware that it's very divisive and massively underfunded.
Yes.
But basically, because I've been in the kind of Paralympic pathways and stuff,
And
I know
just
a lot.
just a second for everyone listening at home, I will link Will's audio file podcast kind of thing about the Paralympics and media coverage of the Paralympics in the down below, also known as the description box. So check that out.
Thanks, Leah. You're amazing. Honestly, that it sort of it's supposed to be a podcast, but what it actually is me getting very very frustrated and talking about it non-stop to a very long suffering girlfriend. Basically, just went tell someone who cares. I can't cope. I know it's really shit. You've got to just say it to the public. And at about 2 in the morning, I stuck a pair of headphones on and waffled into a microphone for 20 minutes. And there you go.
Yeah.
And then I uploaded it. So, yeah. So, with that, it it's a weird world because there are 15 million disabled people in.
Mm.
It's a very small community.
Yeah.
It's a very odd community as well because it's I mean the fact that it's sort of homogenizing a huge
Yeah.
diaspora of people is that's a whole other thing. Like I don't know how kind of sort of political you want me to get because I can. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so there's that thing of it does mean that because we're all sort of shoved in one group,
Yeah.
a very similar way to kind of
Queer
the fact
people.
that LGBT
Yeah.
group
Yeah.
like a group together, it's just like that's not. There's so many different life things, and like, have you seen? Oh my god, have you seen the LGBTQ plus group that are like pro Trump? It's terrifying and makes no sense. I don't understand. It's mental.
I can absolutely see that, and I have not seen.
No, no, it was a very dark rabbit hole that I went on. It's a very weird thing, kind of that thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
like because also so with me as well, I have many fingers in many pies because
Mm.
I'm also kind of queer and
Mm.
also uh my family are all Romany, so yeah, that. So it's like I'm like the first generation of my family to be born in houses, which is kind of crazy
Oh,
on
yeah.
my dad's side. So like there's that. So basically, I've the whole kind of nation thing. I've got
Mm.
from all angles. So in a weird sort of way, it makes you simultaneously more relaxed about it
Yeah.
and not more relaxed.
There is
Um,
there is more at stake sometimes for everyone. If you are any of those, if you are disabled, if you are queer, if you are part of a ethnic minority, stuff like that. It sometimes means that your stakes are very much higher than the average person's stakes, and you are currently made very aware of the fact that the stakes are higher than ever. Um, I see that myself with the rise of right wing
yeah,
bullshit
I mean,
in
yeah,
politics about across the continent.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, like worldwide, it's
yeah,
terrifying what's happening.
yes, it is.
And I think, I think that's something that's amazing about sport. Um, is that I was kind of I was trying to explain it to somebody that I work with, kind of on the activism side of it,
Mm,
who he really hates sport, and I completely understand that. He's like much more arty, and I'm not saying, but
mm,
kind of said, but the thing is, in a lot of ways, sport is art because there are things that people can do with a football or a cricket ball or a tennis ball or whatever. Like what Shane Warne could do with a cricket ball.
mm.
If that's not art, I don't know what is. You know?
Yeah. Um,
And also, I think that it gives you um, a voice that you wouldn't otherwise have. Like, do I think that the Paralympic movement is perfect?
nope, probably not.
Absolutely not. But it is 12 days every 4 years. We as a community are front and center. And Channel
Mm,
4 have been great about it. You know, they literally put every minute out. You can
yeah.
watch every single event on streams on YouTube and all of that sort of thing. So it is there. And yeah, needs to be more so. And there are Paralympians who are now calling for it because they're in a position where they can.
Mm,
Interesting. Because years ago, nobody was in that position. Everyone was so reliant on funding from
mm,
the IPC and Paralympics GB.
mm,
And this is across the world as well. I'm just using Paralympics GB as a sort of example because I know about it.
mm-hmm.
You know, so I can sort of definitely say no, this is definitely true. I don't know what the funding is like within the Paralympic team of like France.
Mm,
I have a vague idea.
yeah.
I don't know for certain. Whereas with Paralympics GB, I can be like, yeah, no, I know these are the numbers, and
Yeah,
you know
okay.
what I mean.
Mm, mm-hmm.
So, um, so like the fact that Johnny Peacock and Hannah Cockcroft are now able to say, why aren't we in the Diamond League meets or whatever
Mm,
that may be? You know, um, it's a similar thing to. I hope that in 5, 10 years, uh, disabled cricketers are going to be able to say, why aren't we in the 100, or why aren't we going on tour at the same time as the
mm,
Ashes? You know, why
yeah.
isn't there a disability Ashes, or
Yes.
why is because last Ashes, the men and the women's matches sort of ran kind of concurrently.
Yes, they do now.
I mean, so I think there's that.
Mm.
If we can get to a point in cricket where that will be the case, then that would be great. Obviously, because it's not a Paralympic sport, it's not going to have the same amount of funding. Because
But it will
being
be
in
an
the
Olympic sport.
yes, but that doesn't mean that the
Yeah,
the
okay.
Olympic funding and the Paralympic funding are
Yeah,
two
okay.
completely different bodies and two different pots.
In
So
Germany, it's a bit different because
got
there is
better sport.
funding through the government going into sport, and that is both non-disabled and disabled sport from the same pot
I,
sometimes.
I think also in Germany you've got that thing where now if certainly if you like have a facility built, it has to be accessible.
Yes, it does.
That isn't the case here. So there are
Okay.
still places that are being like gyms that are being built or whatever that don't have to be accessible, which is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, in
Um,
Germany they have to be schools have to be accessible. Um, the school I went to, it was built in the somewhere in the probably in the 70s or something like that. And a few years after I graduated with my A levels, they had to build um, elevators
okay,
in a detached tower
amazing.
to allow for wheelchair access to every level of the school, and they did that.
That's that's an absolute dream. I I moved to Germany.
Yeah.
I feel like
Um.
see it. Okay, so this is something that like I think as we both know quite a lot about kind of what's going on in terms of disability and queer rights and all that sort of thing. Germany's in a better place than Britain, right?
Marginally, it's getting well.
Worse.
I think there is a it's a twofold problem. First of all, the queer rights thing. They are trying to roll that back right now. Um, or a lot of people try to roll it back. On the Paralympics front, there's much better news because during the Paralympic Games here, we had or shortly after the Paralympic Games concluded, we had a really big discussion here in Germany about um, ableism and ableist jokes and stuff like that. Because, well, bit of a backstory. We had an alleged comedian, and I'm saying alleged comedian, who has been the announcer or presenter of primetime TV shows before that, and he had a sexual assault allegation made against him.
Oh
That was a
God.
few that was a few years back. So sexual
I
assault
think I
stuff,
know about this sort of, but yeah.
and he got out of that the Scott Kugelheim way. He wasn't exonerated. He got out of it on a technicality. He then he then whined on social media and everywhere about cancel culture and how he is now being cancelled and stuff like that. And then did what every failed comedian that has been cancelled does. He embarks on a sold out stadium tour across the nation. Um, and then that was about 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
And everyone thought, okay, that's gone now. Everyone has forgotten that. So one of the television channels here in Germany, one of the private television channels, decided, okay, we'll give him another TV show. We'll give him a primetime slot and stuff like that. And then someone found a clip of him on a podcast that's a really disgusting comedy podcast. It's a bit like all that Rogan shit. Joe
It is.
Rogan and Bert Kreischer, Tom
Uh,
Segura, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. And he was sitting there. It's been, I don't know, it came out after the Paralympics had concluded, but it was recorded, I think, 2 or 3 months before that, or half a year before that. And the Paralympics came up, and he made a really, really, really shitty joke. It was so bad. Trigger warning for everyone listening. This is hard ableism that's coming your way now, and it's not a joke that's really funny. I will put up my hands, and if I lower my hands again, that means
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
joke
yeah.
is
I
the
get it
joke is
from you.
over.
Don't worry.
Okay.
It's absolutely fine.
It's a joke about the aquatics, and he said, we've always had this. You take a bunch of people without arms and legs and throw them into the pool, and whoever drowns last is declared the winner.
That's just not even okay. So this is the thing that actually right.
So
This is also like
it's not
my
even
kind of
funny.
not. It doesn't even work as a joke, right?
Nope.
Like
Nope.
that's the thing. I've been in comedy long enough,
Yep.
and I've been disabled my entire life, right? I've had so much shit. I've been beaten up. I've been spat at. I've had every single name, like all the things, right?
Yep.
So in terms of like someone's gonna make a shit joke, like whatever, I don't care because it's kind of like cool. You're not coming at me with a baseball bat. That's great. I can sort of like it's not fun, obviously, and I don't want it to happen, but it's kind of like, but that's not even a like a joke that works. That's just
Exactly.
being offensive for the
Yes.
sake of being
Yes. But
doing the like Ricky Gervais thing of being like, oh, I'm too edgy, you can't cope, and it's like, no, dude, you're a middle-aged white dude who's had nothing go wrong in their
yes,
lives. You're just
exactly.
like punching down.
Yep.
Where's the fun in like there is no like cleverness, there's no
Nothing.
humor, there's no subtlety, there's no nothing.
Nothing. Yes. But here's the good part, because people had him on their radar. The press had him on their radar after the sexual assault stuff.
Yeah.
And they dragged him over the coals for this.
Good.
And as I said, he was supposed to present a new primetime show, starting, I don't know, I think it was supposed to start the Thursday after someone dug up that clip. Cancelled before it even started.
Wow.
TV station was like, nope, we're not doing that. And there was a real discussion in the German newspaper, in the weekly papers like Die Zeit, The Time, which is basically our rather left-leaning, the Times equivalent. It's a weekly newspaper. It's really important in culture and
It's sort of more in
stuff
line
like
with
that.
the thing.
No, I think the
That
Guardian would be the Süddeutsche, the South German,
okay.
or something like that. But all the big newspapers had a really, really drawn-out discussion about why that was shitty, what an asshole that guy is, and why the Paralympics are still needed, and why it was amazing what happened at the
So
Paralympics.
the sort of basics of it for me, like with the Paralympics, is it's more entertaining than the Olympics because the sport is more. There's more at stake that because essentially sport is just on a very basic level. It's overcoming a hurdle,
Adversity.
right? There are more hurdles in the Paralympics than
Mm.
there are in the Olympics because it's kind of like, yeah, you run 3,000 meters with no legs, or
Yeah.
whatever, like it just is sort of it just makes sense. So I think it's a very on a very basic level, like anyone that says that it's not more entertaining, which is why Channel 4 in the UK took a punt on it 12 years ago, because they thought, okay, we're going to make our money back. Then they, they really did, and they've done amazing work. And the last leg.
Yes, actually,
Like
that's the comedy for German listeners. It's a comedy show hosted by an Aussie, and it's about, isn't it about sports?
So it started as a nightly thing at the end of each day at the 2012 Paralympics.
Okay.
Then it became like it was on every Friday night, and then they do it again every night during every Paralympics. But basically, for the first couple of years, I wrote on it because.
And we are back after tea. And Nathan Lyon has just been dismissed by Washington Sundar after surviving the first ball after tea. Nathan Lyon is out as Sundar comes in, and he spins one that beats Lyon's outside edge, and it takes the top off, and Australia are 9 down. Tea was called when Mitchell Starc was dismissed by a very, very good reflex catch from Dhruv Jurel at short leg. But Nathan Lyon could not survive more than 2 deliveries, or he fell on the second delivery. Let's have a look at the scorecard. I think there is only one. There are no possible fifers anymore. No, and Harshit Rana is the only Indian bowler to not take a wicket. Bumrah and Siraj have 3 each. Rana is unlucky. Washington Sundar now has 2 in 3 deliveries, and Nitish Kumar Reddy has 1. That means all Australian hopes are now hinging on Josh Hazlewood, who will have to be out there. Basically, make a record-breaking partnership with Alex Carey, who is on 30 not out of 39 deliveries. They will have to make another 307 runs for the 10th wicket for Australia to win this. As Jasprit Bumrah is actually giving Rana a chance to join in on the fun. And first delivery, there has been an appeal for LBW. It has not been given on the field, and India have reviewed it. It is Rana who bowls to Alex Carey, and Carey plays inside the line of the ball. It sneaks past his outside edge, and we are now seeing Snicko, and there is nothing on Snicko as the ball passes the bat. It then thuds into his back pad. but very, very high on the very top of the back pad he is hit. He is also hopping about. Let's see what ball tracking says. That would be very, very cricket if we came back for 3 deliveries, saw 2 wickets, and then that is basically it. We are now seeing the replay as Rana comes in right arm around the wicket. He appeals. And I think it has not been upheld. No, I think that's high. It's pitching outside off. It is impact in line, but it is missing the wickets. But not by that much. It's not missing by that much. And the decision of the on-field umpire stands. That is not out. And now Rana has basically 5 more chances to take a wicket, to not remain the only Indian bowler that has taken no wickets. The Australians are running hard. Alex Carey wants to take the couple because he does not want to have Josh Hazlewood on strike. And it might have been an almost fatal error, as he has to dive to make his ground. But they get there in the end. Rana in, right arm around the wicket, and Carey gets hit on the pad again, but outside the line. There is no run. 229 for 9 Australia. This might end in the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on if Carey can farm the strike, can take a single, and probably from an Australian perspective, or from an Australian point of view, he will have to take the single of the final delivery of the over, because Hazlewood is always at risk when he's on strike. Fifth delivery of the over, Rana coming in. And this one is clipped into the leg side by Carey, and he thinks about taking off for a single, thinks better of it, turns around. He will have to make something happen on the final delivery of Rana's 12th over. Hazlewood on the non-strikers end is shaking his head in disbelief, grinning a bit. Rana in, right arm around the wicket to Carey, and there is no run because it is stopped by Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off, and that means whoever will now bowl from the other end does potentially have 6 deliveries, up to 6 deliveries, with Josh Hazlewood in the crosshair. And Jasprit Bumrah is continuing with Washington Sundar, which is a surprise to me. I would have thought that Bumrah would either bowl Siraj or himself. an awkward fast bowler like Jasprit Bumrah against a tail ender like Hazelwood, one would think that this must be the first instinct of every Test captain, wouldn't it? Well, fair enough. He's not doing that, but there are pads brought out again. They go under the trousers, so I don't know if we will get a short leg or a silly point, but yeah, Jaiswal is not able to get the pads under his trousers, so he only takes the helmet. They looked really unwieldy, those pads, very almost like tactical armor, but white, so very nice. Now we have a short leg and we have a silly point for Washington Sundar, who bowls to Josh Hazlewood. First delivery of the over is left alone by Hazlewood, who faces the spinner wearing every bit of protective equipment available in the Australian dressing room. Probably he looks really bulky. There's also a slip and a leg slip in place for him. And Hazlewood steps out of his ground and clobbers one towards mid-off. Dhruv Jurel at silly point is hopping around trying to evade that shot. 4 runs to Josh Hazlewood, but that is basically, that's the plan. There are fielders around the bat. There is a spinner bowling who gets appreciable turn now. The surface is really uneven, and this is the definition of buying a wicket, which is fine. It's fine. The target is 534. The Australians need another 301 runs, as the next delivery is bat onto pad, but there is no chance to catch that, as Hazlewood now tries to defend it, and he has to defend it very straight because there is a short leg and a silly point really close in. So that leaves little margin for error for Josh Hazlewood. Let's see what he can do here. Okay, it's the end of the over. I didn't realize it's been relatively short. 233 for 9, Australia. And Harshit Rana is continuing. He is the only Indian bowler to not have a wicket, and he has Alex Carey to bowl to. And on the first delivery, there would have been a run there, but obviously Carey denies the run. Much more important to keep Hazlewood at the non-striker's end than to score a lousy single. Rana, right arm around the wicket, and this one is short and angled into the batsman, who ducks under it. There is no run. Pat Cummins up in the dressing room, not looking happy. There will be a lot of questions asked of the captain after this performance by his Australian team. It is the first test of a home Border Gavaskar Trophy for the Aussies, and they have been comprehensively beaten by an India team that is coming off a home whitewash. They have been whitewashed for the first time in a test series comprising 3 or more tests at home against New Zealand. The Australians have come off an away series win against New Zealand, and they have looked utterly clueless in this match, both with the bat and with the ball, apart from maybe Travis Head in this second innings. He made an 89 against the run of play, basically. He did it at a decent strike rate, which is also very not what this game was about. This was a relatively slow-moving, slow scoring game, as Alex Carey plays one out into the offside. The Australians have taken a single off the 5th delivery of Rana's over. Hazelwood is on strike. He has 4 of 6, but that is only one scoring shot. He hit one shot to long off for a 4, because of course there were fielders crouched around the bat. Trying to get a quick reflex catch and end it all. Final delivery, and there is, unsurprisingly, no run. Australia, 200 and it's a no ball. It's a no ball. Unlucky for us, the video feed has gone to commercials, as we are now seeing the final delivery, which is a bouncer that clocks Hazelwood in the head. And now we should have a concussion protocol. Shouldn't we? Yeah, it hits him in the back of the head, as Hazelwood is trying to evade that, turning around, takes his eyes off the ball, and gets hit in the back of the head. Now the physio is out. They have brought him a new helmet. Virat Kohli is patting him on the shoulder. Let's see if anything comes of this. He's taking a bit of a drink. People are apparently talking to him. There's not that much going on otherwise. Yeah, and we are seeing a replay of that bouncer. He went down, turned his head away from the ball, and basically ducked into it. He was hit on the hard part of the helmet, so no stem guards going flying action or something like that. And let's see if anyone is with us on social media. You can always tweet or skeet in. Tweet, of course, is on Twitter, and skeet is apparently what we call it on Blue Sky now. So no, nothing going on there. And now we are we continuing? No, those are highlights. The wickets that fell. There is Marsh. Then there is the amazing reflex catch by Dhruv Jurel at short leg that dismissed Mitchell Starc on the stroke of tee. And then there is Washington Sundar, who outfoxed Nathan Lyon, had him bowled, taking the top of his off stump. Bales going flying in two directions, as Bales want to do. So Washington Sundar to continue. Alex Carey is facing him. There is again a short leg in place. There is a slip as Sundar bowls and Carey steps back and cuts that one to a backward point. And of course, Carey refuses the run. There could be a comedy run out on the cards here with a batsman, the last recognized batsman, trying to protect his tail enders, or taking only a couple of runs, only taking the doubles and couples. Second delivery is another dot ball, as he doesn't get it away far enough to really run two. He also has to keep in mind that Hazelwood is basically wearing every piece of protective equipment they could find in the Australian dressing room. Third delivery is an appeal for LBW against Carey. But it is not given because there was an inside edge. It's an inside edge onto pad. So yeah, that makes sense. In comes Washington Sundar again. No, he's been thrown the ball now. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and this one is guided down the leg side by Alex Carey, and that means that Josh Hazelwood will have to face two deliveries from Washington Sundar. The field is shuffled around again, because of course the Indians now want fielders in close to have a chance at a catch of Josh Hazelwood, who's let's have a look what his batting average is in tests. Well, it's not that bad. It's 11.86, but being a number 11, one would think that there are a lot of not outs in that one. Two dot balls to round out Washington's 15th over. Australia 236 for 9. Only Josh Hazelwood and Alex Carey are standing between India and victory. Here we go. Is there anything else interesting? I'm just having a look. No one on the social media. So, or is there? Let's have a look. Maybe if I refresh that in... No, doesn't seem to be anything. Maybe if I refresh it in my streaming software. Harshit Rana is continuing. He bowls to Alex Carey. And Carey is hit on the body as he also misjudges one that keeps a bit lower than he thought. He is turning around and is hit in the back by one that he thinks might actually bounce over his head. Next one is pulled away, and they have fielded it, the Indians, down at fine leg, which basically makes no difference. Alex Carey will not run for anything, and he will take the boundaries if the Indians allow them. But he will definitely not run here. It's a risky thing, because if he has to run on the final delivery, maybe there is a comedy run out when the batsman or the recognized batsman has basically no choice but to take a run and is then run out. The third delivery, Carey takes a couple. This is another one of those balls that reaches the outfield and then dramatically decelerates. Rana, right arm round the wicket, and that is it. Harshit Rana has bowled Alex Carey. No need to focus on the tail ender. Alex Carey has to go. He is out for 36, bowled Harshit Rana, and that means that every Indian bowler is in the wickets in the second innings. Let's have a look at the scorecard, if we can see anything interesting here. India used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowlers. Everyone was in the wickets after Nitish Kumar Reddy and Washington Sundar were unlucky in the first innings. So, India win. India win by 295 runs at Perth in the first test of the 2024-25 Border Gavaskar Trophy. Let's go through some highlights. India won the toss and they elected to bat first. They were captained by stand-in captain Jasprit Bumrah. They didn't get off to a very good start. Yashasvi Jaiswal made a duck. KL Rahul made a 26 as an opener. The highest score of the innings was actually Nitish Kumar Reddy, the debutant, who made 41 in the lower order. Let's put it that way. Second best was Rishabh Pant. Virat Kohli looked to be continuing his slump as he made only 5. Pick of the bowlers for Australia in the first Indian innings was Josh Hazlewood, as India were bundled out for 150 all out. But despite everyone thinking that India had lost the test inside of the first 50 overs of the test, at the end of the first day, the Australians who were coming out to bat, I think at around tea on the first day, they ended the day on 67 for 7. And at that stage, it wasn't a given that they would reach triple figures. 17 wickets fell on the first day, and on the second day, India took the whole morning session to take the final 3 wickets as the batting conditions seemed to improve considerably. They still dismissed the Australian batsman Mitchell Starc, top scoring in that first Australian innings. He made 26 runs. Jasprit Bumrah took a fifer. Alex Carey made another 20, but Starc and Carey were the only Australian batsmen to break 20. They were bundled all out 104. All out. And then the Indian openers survived a regular session and an extended session, batting for 2 sessions. The Australians could only make their first breakthrough in the second Indian innings at the start of day 3 in the morning session. KL Rahul was the first Indian wicket to fall, but Yashasvi Jaiswal made a magnificent 161. And then when basically the declaration batting began, Virat Kohli made a very important 100 not out. As soon as he had made his 100, Captain Jasprit Bumrah declared. India declared on 487 for 6. The only Australian bowler to take more than 1 wicket was Nathan Lyon. And that set Australia a target of 534 runs, and they had to bat for another 20 minutes at the end of day 3. They ended that day on 12 for 3. First, debutant Nathan McSweeney had to go for a duck. Then Captain Pat Cummins came out as a pinch hitter in a test match. He was gone 8 balls later. He was caught by Virat Kohli in the slips. He did not drop that one because Kohli had dropped Marnus Labuschagne on naught in the first innings, and everyone was asking how costly that might prove. It didn't prove that costly because Marnus Labuschagne made a blistering 2 from 52 deliveries. Well, in the end, the Australians kept losing wickets. The only batsman that looked like close to form were Travis Head and maybe Mitchell Marsh. Alex Carey, Travis Head made an 89 in the second Australian innings. That was one of. There were a few more double-digit scores. Travis Head was the top scorer with Mitchell Marsh and 47 being the number 2. Alex Carey made another 36. Then there was Steve Smith who made 17. He was dismissed by an absolute beauty by Mohammad Siraj. And Mitchell Starc making 12, the only other double-digit score. So Australia, in the end, are all out 238. Picks of the bowlers are Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj, both picking up 3 wickets during Australia's second innings, but no Indian bowler went wicketless during the second innings. So, India win, take a 1-0 lead in the series. This the margin of victory is an amazing 295 runs. So yeah, congratulations to India. And please forgive me if I cut this relatively short. I've been doing this whole test every session, except for the time on the third day when YouTube was kind of having some problems. Anyway, yeah, on to Adelaide. A test which will be a day-night test, I think, and it starts on the 6th of December. Until then, thank you very, very much, everyone. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you at the latest